Good morning. We're ready to call the board meeting to order. Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, and it is 10:05 a.m. Mr. Getty, if you would please call the roll.
Good morning, everyone. Chair Lieber,
Here.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Here.
Member Vasquez,
Present.
Member Schaefer,
Here.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Here.
Thank you, members. The quorum is present, and the board meeting is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag, led by Mr. Schaefer. Please stand. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll go now to members' opening remarks, if any. Vice Chair.
Not at this.
At this particular moment, Mr. Vasquez.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to just highlight a couple important observances this month. First, recognizing Juneteenth. You know, many of us celebrated this last weekend, which happens June 19th each year to celebrate the end of slavery in our nation, and provide a time for reflection on the value of peoples and groups and the importance of the contributions to our state and our nation. All U.S. states and districts of Columbia have formally recognized this holiday in some way. Next, I wanted to note the Immigrant Heritage Month celebrated in the month of June, which highlights the significant impact of immigrants have had in shaping America's culture, economy, and society, and the diverse contributions and crucial role that they have played in our history. My district, LA County, is the home to nearly 10 million residents, and about 1/3 are immigrants, making it one of the most culturally diverse counties in the nation. In a similar light, Caribbean American Heritage Month is celebrated annually in June to celebrate the many achievements and contributions of Americans who trace their ancestry to the Caribbean nations, including Cuba, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, and several others, as well as our U.S. territories, Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. There are almost 70,000 Caribbean Americans in California, and 2/3 of them are residents of LA County. And lastly, I'd like to bring attention to the National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month. Post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, is a mental health problem that can impact some people after experiencing or witnessing a life-threatening event. Help is available for anyone who may be experiencing PTSD, including veterans. The National Center for PTSD website at ptsd.va.gov includes helpful information for those experiencing PTSD and their families and friends. The 988 National Suicide Crisis Lifeline at 988lifeline.org provides confidential support to support people in suicidal crisis or emotional distress 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the U.S. And help's available via call or text online chat. Veterans and their loved ones can call 988 and press 1 or text 838255 or chat online to receive 24/7 confidential support. So just wanted to put that out there for folks, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to mention just a couple of things, if I could. The World Cup, hasn't that been exciting? I didn't think I'd be that interested, and then I started watching, and Just incredible. My brother had a chance to go down and see a game in LA and in your district, Tony. And he just really enjoyed it. And it was encouraging to hear a lot of the comments from people visiting the country for the World Cup and recognizing what a great country we have. It has flaws, and we need to work on those flaws. And I think we historically have done that. And that's the greatness of a democratic republic. And that then leads me to our birthday coming up, the 250th celebration of America coming up, and just very excited about that, and opportunity for us to recognize the founding of this nation and the great things that have happened. And then finally, I did attend our El Dorado County Fair, and that was just great. The weather cooperated. It was for 4 days, and they have these wheelbarrow races, and it sounds really odd, but it goes back like 87 years. And John Studebaker's from Placerville, and I don't know if you remember the Studebaker car, but that's the same individual, and he invented these wheelbarrows for the miners, and so they use those on the dirt track, and they create an obstacle course, and the wheelbarrow weighs 45 pounds, and then you have to put 50 pounds of iron ore. It's really sand. And then you go through this obstacle, you go over logs, and you go over 12 inches of planks, and you go over railroad ties, you go over hills and tunnels, and then you go through a pond, and you have to end up at the finish line still with your 50 pounds of sand. And if you fall short on the sand count, because they weigh it, you're out of the race. So one of my constituents won the race for the 5th time in a row. They had a great livestock auction and a great sense of community. So it's nice to have things like that bring people together. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, when I get up at 5:30 in the morning to be here at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's very important for me to say hello to California for brief remarks here. And if I talk too long or inappropriately, I'm sure the chair would raise a finger because we police each other, as you know. I'm very excited today to come up with a birthday like I always do. Today is the birthday of Claudia Sheinbein, the president of Mexico, and Mexico abuts my district down in San Diego, so I think I can recognize Claudia, who is the first woman president. She's 64 today. The second interesting thing today is Juneteenth. Juneteenth was celebrated on the 19th of June, and it was only declared in the federal law by President Biden in 2021. It's been recently. It's national, but it's not celebrated by every state. Mississippi, for example, does not celebrate Juneteenth, and if you're a state employee in Mississippi, you are working on Friday. There's been many legislative proposals. It's a Republican legislature there trying to bring it into celebrating, but they have so far failed, so they're making an effort to celebrate June 19th, which is good. I also want to mention that I was looking online as to remarks for the Board of Equalization, and I found a AI-created remarks, and I've given each of you a copy of it. In case you're speechless, you've got something to fall back on. And I want to thank each of you for your patience. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all the board members and the executive director and members of the public. What an honor it is. We are halfway through the year, and we are certainly rolling. So on behalf of our great state controller, just want to say welcome. And we have so many amazing things happening in the state, but we also have some serious moments that we have to meet. And I'm speaking about yesterday up in Butte County at a library in Chico, place of learning, a place of knowledge, a place of peace. was rocked by gun violence, and 2 people were killed. And it's very, very sad, and I want to memorialize their name: Robert Johnson, 74 years old, and Jacob Hull, 46 years old, of Chico. I want to also thank the first responders, the police, the fire, the EMT, who made an arrest. And I do not want to say his name for the record, but I do hope that he is prosecuted to the fullest extent of this law, because there's nowhere in California that should be filled with violence, especially in a place so peaceful like the library, where I really, really grew up. And that leads into my comments about June being Gun Violence Awareness Month, and it certainly is a call to action, and it's going to always remain a call to action to make sure that all our children, our adults, our seniors are safe from gun violence, because as a nation, we have to come together to remember those we've lost, to honor survivors, and recommit to the work of keeping people safe, because gun violence certainly remains the #1 cause of death for our children. And then also, I want to thank our controller at our franchise tax board meeting on Monday. In Kern County, last Monday, there's a B-52 bomber that went down in a crash accident right outside of Bakersfield. All 8 people were killed on board. And I want to take a moment to remember their names, because how many countless times they've flown before, how many quiet missions they've gone without us even recognizing, but they're keeping our country safe. And Camp Edwards has released their names, and I want to speak each one of them into the record. We have Colonel Gregory Watson, 53 years old, Lieutenant Colonel Gabriel Estrella, retired Lieutenant Colonel Miles Middleton, Major Alexander Davis, Major Robert D., Major Brad Hovey, and Jeremy Smith, 32, and Christopher Richard, 41. 3 of them were from California, homegrown, and served in our military and wanted to do the right thing. So they were our neighbors. They were part of a combined task force, active duty service members, civilians, and contractors who worked side by side, as they did every day, on things that we rarely ever talk about or even see. Their families are grieving, their colleagues at Camp Edwards are grieving, and the state grieves with them as well. So I'd just like to remember them, and may their honor and memory live on forever. And then down in Los Angeles County, there's an ongoing emergency in Boyle Heights that the controller and I are watching closely. Since June 17th, there's been a massive fire burning at the Lineage Cold Storage Warehouse. It's a 500,000 square foot facility that was holding an estimated 85 million pounds of frozen food. After more than a week, firefighters are still battling flare-ups. There's been these viral videos of people at Dodger Stadium being covered in smoke. And after more than a week, this is an ongoing issue. The building's roof has been compromised. Its walls are weakening from the volume of water being applied, and the structural situation remains serious and unpredictable. The governor has taken the right action of declaring a state of emergency for LA County. The County Board of Supervisors have ratified that emergency declaration as well. Thankfully, there's been no injuries reported, but I do want to thank and recognize the world's best LA Fire Department and all allied agencies on the ground. The state has also sent resources so that to the people of Boyle Heights, a community that has already carried more than its share, has endured smoke advisory, shelter-in-place orders, and real disruptions to their daily lives and livelihood. We see you, we stand with you, and we hope that this chapter closes soon. And then lastly, on a more happy note, the controllers started an internship program. It's the inaugural SEO Catalyst internship program. We have 3 of our best and brightest interns joining us today. I do want to say their name for the record, because public service is learned, not just studied, and we are proud to offer this experience. So we have Larry Bai, is a political student, science student at UC Santa Barbara. Larry, can you please stand? We have Natalie Williams from Northeastern University, where she studies in New York City, and Michelle Bloom from UCLA. So Larry, Natalie, and Michelle, I welcome you. I hope this summer gives you a genuine window into what state government looks like and what financial oversight means. So let's all give them a round of applause and give them a big Board of Equalization welcome. Really want to appreciate you all. Thank you for coming. Please don't hesitate. If you want a public comment, you feel free. Or you can go outside and call in on the phone line, but I really, really appreciate you. And thank you, Madam Chair. And may the World Cup continue. May all of California's glory be bestowed upon us, and also just making sure that we'll all stay safe and committed to each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emron, for those important comments. And perhaps if you could submit the names of the service members in writing to the clerk so that we can recognize them appropriately. And if we may take that as a request for an adjournment in memory as well. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, members, we'll go on to our first order of business, and this is the safety and informational announcement presented by Ms. Cicchetti.
Morning again, everyone. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Our safety announcement. In the auditorium, the exits are located on each side of the stage at the front, with additional exits at the rear. Please take a moment to locate an exit sign and the closest exit to you in the event of an emergency. Our informational announcement. The board meeting will be live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE website. Public comments are taken on each agenda item. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. When giving public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We also ask that all speakers in the auditorium or on the AT&T telephone line to state their names before speaking for the record. This concludes the safety and informational announcements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go on to public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items that are not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot act on items not on the agenda. However, we can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. And I've been advised that we do not have any written comments nor anyone who's submitted a speaker card in the auditorium. So we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to comment on item 1.
Certainly. To make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0. 1 followed by 0. And we presently have no one in queue.
Thank you, moderator. We'll go on now to our consent agenda. And this is inclusive of items 2 and 3. Item 2 is board meeting minutes for the meeting of May 28th, 2026. And item 3 is 2 retirement resolutions, one for Rosemary Rose Smith and Lisa M. Renati. And members, I'd like to take a motion on the consent agenda, if I may.
I'll move it, but I have a question about the minutes, if we're able to do that now or after we motion.
Well, I'll take your motion first, if I may.
I second it, I'll ask.
You seconded? Okay, Mr. Schaefer seconds it. And members, discussion. Did you have a comment on the item 2?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, on the minutes. You know, as I was looking back, I didn't realize, I know the minutes, we do them as brief as possible, but I was wondering how come we don't, on the adjournment piece, why we don't list who we adjourned under. I mean, earlier today we heard from, these fallen soldiers, for example. We want to recognize them, and I was just wondering why we don't list it. I don't think we're doing a service to these folks. The whole thing is to acknowledge these people, and I always thought, I'm just thinking back, I wasn't even paying attention before, but like in my city council minutes, even though our minutes are abbreviated, we do list who we adjourned because we're honoring these folks, right? And it's kind of a public record.
And I believe that we have them in our transcript, but you're correct that they're not listed in the minutes. And I see our legal department up here.
Good morning, Julia Himovitz on behalf of the legal department. So traditionally our minutes reflect formal and official actions taken and the items that are called. I can't remember how long ago, Kathy can probably remember, the board decided to sort of change and restructure what was going to be included and what was not going to be included in their minutes. If it is the will of the board, you could decide to include all of the names. However, the chair is correct, they are included in the transcript, so there is a record of those things. And the minutes are really to reflect the official actions and items called by the board.
I guess my issue is like, if somebody call, I mean, people are actually request transcripts, but I think they might request minutes. And that's the only reason I thought maybe we should list it, at least in the minutes.
We can do some work on thinking about how we would do that, because I think it might be difficult to submit names first so that it would be a published item on the agenda with that person's name. But let's do a little bit of thinking about that, and we'll work out a way to achieve that.
I would also note, these meetings are publicly available on YouTube, and so somebody could also, in fact, see that, but to your point, it is not posted with the names, explicitly spelled out, other than in the transcripts.
Okay. And I remember that discussion back in the day when we decided to make it as simple as possible, but I guess I overlooked that. I didn't realize we weren't listing who we were, the adjournment, the names and honoring these people.
Well, I think we can work out a middle ground to get to that where, obviously there are things that happen that are not within the window of our agenda that it's important to recognize. And given that we only are meeting once a month, you wouldn't want to wait until, 5 weeks later to be able to do that. But we can work out a way to make that happen. Vice Chair.
I'm just wondering if you could, whoever makes the comments, if they could give their written comments at the time of the meeting, so they could make their public comments and then submit the names of the individuals that we want to recognize.
I think that's a good idea, so that we can make sure that they get accurately into the transcripts and potentially into the minutes as well. So we'll work out a pathway for that.
Just to clarify, are you referencing the comments made by the members or just all public comments?
No, just when we're recognizing someone who's passed away. That's what I was.
That's what
Right.
what I was.
Yes.
Because I mean, we're honoring these folks, we're adjourning in their honor, but it's not listed. And I thought, well, I don't think we're doing it's kind of a disservice. Here we had, these poor folks that just had a little accident as they were doing a maneuver on our military, and we're not recognizing them, that's all.
Right, if there's a minute, you could send an extract to them from that would be nice.
That's a good insight, and so we'll work on that. And I think we
It could
can.
be just adjourning memories. Does that define it better?
That will be what it's about, is just the adjournments in memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll work something out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Mr. Schaefer.
Yes.
Do you have a comment?
I was looking at all the valuations that we approved at the last meeting. We have 5 of them that are in the billions of dollars, and we have a couple of dozen of them that are the value of my car, about $5,000. I'm flattered or maybe disturbed that a $5,000 valuation involves the debate of our staff and ourselves. I can see the ones that are in multi-billions of dollars, but I wonder if they could share with me the $4,000 and the $3,000 appraisal disputes.
Well, we will come to that. Right now, we're just on the minutes.
Yes.
And the resolution.
Well, staff
But
separately.
if this is a question about the minutes, we can take some staff commentary on that now.
Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I did a quick scan of the minutes, and the values that you're referring to, that was just the board adopting the values that we do every May. There's no dispute, but staff does the valuation, and they present the recommended values to this board, and this board generally accepts the staff recommendations. No SSC at this time has indicated that they dispute the values, like a 5,000 or 3,000 value. But it
we
is the
have a-
board's responsibility to adopt the values.
If we had values 25,000 or less, would there be any prejudice if they were just considered not requiring board approval?
No, it will be prejudiced. The board must, it's a constitutional function, that's the board's responsibility, regardless of the value. The board must look at the value as recommended by staff, and the board either accepts the recommended value or rejects. It is the board's responsibility.
If our council would allow us to, I would like to see items that are 25,000 or less be eliminated from board approval, and that the approval level be at the staff level.
I think that's, what we're hearing is that that's not possible because we have a constitutional duty to approve the valuations of all of the state assessed properties, but we'll get some input from legal.
Julia Himovitz again. So what I want to do at this time is just bring us back to the minutes, because that is the agenda item that we're discussing. And in
Yeah.
terms of what you're requesting, sir, the minutes are reflecting the votes that you took last month
Right,
on
this is a
these.
side issue I'm raising, I understand that.
Right, and so those items were presented to you prior to the meeting, and then you took a vote on them, and these minutes are just reflecting that vote. In terms of how you want to receive the information or not receive the information, that can be discussed later, but for what we're doing right now, this is just to discuss whether you agree with the reflection of what took place at that meeting in the minutes that are before you.
Sure, I'll withdraw my comments as to the item before us because they're irrelevant, but I want to plant a seed out there. If you're thinking of ways to streamline things, that's one way, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the minutes or the two resolutions? Okay, seeing none, we don't have any comments from the auditorium, nor any written comments, so we'll go to our AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you could please let us know if there is anyone hoping to make a comment on items 2 and 3.
Please press 1 followed by 0 if you'd like to make a comment. And we presently have no comments.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back, and we have a motion from Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Schaefer, to approve the consent agenda items 2 and 3. And we'll go ahead and ask Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll.
All righty. Chair Lieber,
Aye?
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, members. The motion passes unanimously. And we'll go on to item 4, which is a special presentation. We'll first have Ms. Kathy Taylor read the first resolution of Rosemary Smith, Analyst 2. Kayla.
Well, this is a happy day for me to present a resolution that you've just adopted for Miss Rosemary Rose Smith.
I don't think your mic is on.
It is on, but
Is
I
it?
will
Oh, okay.
speak louder.
There you go.
And then Miss Smith is appearing remotely. Hi, Rose. We're glad that you're here to hear us. Honoring Rosemary Rose Smith on her retirement. Whereas Rosemary Smith, Analyst 2 in the Board Proceedings Division, will retire on September 30th, 2026, after more than 36 years of outstanding and meritorious service to the state of California and the California State Board of Equalization. And whereas Rosemary began her career with the California State Board of Equalization on April 2nd, 1990, as an office assistant in the County Assessed Properties Division, then transferred to the Board Proceedings Division, where, as a result of diligent work and demonstrated ability, she was promoted to Office Technician in 1999, Management Service Technician in 2008, Staff Services Analyst in 2009, and then Associate Government Program Analyst, now an Analyst 2, on August 2nd, 2011. And whereas during her tenure in the Board Proceedings Division as the board meeting administrative analyst, Rosemary worked enthusiastically to foster a positive image for the agency by meticulously preparing more than 500 board meeting agendas, notice to the public, preparing more than 500 board meeting minutes for permanent record, demonstrating sound judgment, maintaining a firm grasp of board policies, and utilizing a deep knowledge of grammar and wordcraft. She was widely regarded as the guardian of the rules and procedures, ensuring that every meeting and action adhered to proper protocol and standards. Her work, often behind the scenes, formed the foundation upon which the board's success and continuity were built. Whereas, in her role as a member of the Disability Advisory Committee since 2021, Rosemary played an integral part in supporting the committee's mission to advise the executive director on issues impacting employees with disabilities and to promote meaningful progress towards equitable workforce representation. Her advocacy, insight, and commitment to accessibility and inclusion have made a meaningful impact on our workplace and employees that the committee represents. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Rosemary Smith our sincere and grateful appreciation for her dedicated service to the California State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Our congratulations on her well-earned retirement and our best wishes to her and her family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come. Adopted today, this 24th day of June, 2026, by the State Board of Equalization.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate you being here digitally for us. Would you like to make some comments? Ms.
Is
Smith?
that question to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, please. If you'd like to make some comments, we would love to hear from you. And we are so appreciative of your long tenure at the Board of Equalization and all your service.
Thanks. It's weird being on this side.
Yes.
Used to monitoring every time and just writing the minutes, you know. Talk about timing. um, I just feel so lucky to have worked with such great people. I mean, I've had a great career, and you know, from the room full of mentors and assessment standards division where I got my start, which is now called the County Assessed Properties Division. To the excellent staff we now have in board proceedings. I mean, they really made it hard for me to leave. It was so fun sharing everything I knew with them. It was a blast. It was really hard to leave that in those last few weeks there. Um, but I would like to thank Sherry Kinkle and the late Darlene Finger for hiring me in the first place. Um, and the Department of Rehabilitation and the LEAP program for helping me believe that I could in fact support my family. And yeah, I don't think I could have done it without them, because I don't know if I would have even been able to get my foot in the door to figure out how to get a job. So that was awesome. And then thanks to my family for tolerating me for all those long hours for decades. My husband bringing me lunch and sometimes dinner right to my desk on pan days and board days for every single month for decades. And and thanks so much to former BBD chiefs, Diane Olson and Joanne Richmond for their mentorship and their support. It was just great. And to the current chief, Kathy Taylor, for all of her support, gosh, through the most difficult times of my life. She was just great. And to the DAC team, that was really great working with the Disability Advisory Committee. That was just so much fun and gave me new purpose and drive, and it was great. And of course, to the web team and the DAT team for helping us get the pan posted on time every single time. Never missed a single one in all those years. thank goodness. And to the media team for making the board meetings work so smoothly. Gosh, it's just, I've really been fortunate, you guys. I worked with some great people. And that's it.
Well, thank you
Hate to
so
go, but I
much.
gotta go.
And I see a big wave from our media team here. And
Media.
all of your work is so very much appreciated. And we are so thankful and wish you all the best in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So, Ms. Stowers, did you wish to?
Yes, good morning,
Make comment?
Rose. I really want to say, first of all, congratulations on your retirement. And I also want to say thank you for all your dedication, all your service. You have been one of the stable forces when it comes to putting on these board meetings and our minutes. You guys, she's been behind the scene for decades, but she has been a force. And I just want to say thank you for that. You will be missed. And your involvement with DAC, Disability Advisory Committee, has been very instrumental. Again, thank you. And your LEAP, you are a perfect example of how one can succeed through the LEAP program. So thank you for participating, and thank you for your decades of state services. You will truly be missed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stowers. Well, we'll go on now to our next resolution. Oh, excuse me, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank you, Rose Smith, for everything you've done. I mean, it's hard to fathom 500 agendas. But if you think of your tenure, is it 36 years?
Yep, 36 and a
So
half.
36 years of service, that starts coming into perspective. But I just want to thank you for your dedication. You have helped us through the transition with Board of Equalization Point 2 when CDTFA took over some of the duties of the BOE. And those were difficult times because we were really operating on a skeleton crew. So thank you for being there and being consistent and helping us with that transition. And I'm just curious in terms of, do you have plans for retirement? Have you thought about what you want to do?
Well, the beginning is not going to be too fun. I have a few medical things to take care of, but after that, who knows? I don't know.
All right.
Wish I
very
had a
well.
better answer.
Okay. We'll pray for you through all that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate you and all of your great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll go on now to our next resolution, which I believe will be read by either Ms. Cicchetti or Ms. Stowers. Ms. Cicchetti? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone, again. It's an honor to read this. The retirement resolution of Lisa M. Renati on her retirement. Whereas the members of the California State Board of Equalization take great pride in recognizing Lisa Renati for her distinguished career in public service and almost 4 decades of dedicated service to the state of California and its taxpayers. Whereas Ms. Renati has built an exemplary career marked by professionalism, integrity, and the steadfast commitment to effective government, earning the respect and admiration of colleagues, elected officials, and stakeholders throughout California. And whereas Ms. Renati most recently served as Chief Deputy Director of the State Board of Equalization, where she provided key leadership in the administration and daily operations of the agency, supporting the executive director and working collaboratively with the members of the board. and executive leadership team to advance the board's mission. And whereas through her thoughtful leadership and collaborative approach, Ms. Renati helped strengthen the agency's operational foundation, supported strategic planning efforts, and contributed to workforce planning and succession initiatives that help ensure the continued stability and effectiveness of the board's programs and operations. And whereas during her tenure, she played an important role in supporting the recruitment and development of executive leadership, modernizing program classifications to reflect evolving responsibilities, and improving operational processes and fostering productive relationships with partners across state government. And whereas Ms. Renati's career in tax administration and public policy, including service in several key roles, including tax and fee hearing advocate with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, Chief of Staff to Chair and members of the Board of Equalization, Senior Tax Policy Advisor, and Principal Auditor in Orange County, overseeing one of the state's largest compliance audit programs. Whereas throughout her career, she demonstrated a deep commitment to fairness in tax administration, thoughtful policy development, and responsive service to California taxpayers, while also mentoring colleagues and helping cultivate the next generation of public sector leaders. And where Ms. Renati's dedication and collaborative leadership have helped strengthen the institutional framework of the board and contributed to building a strong and sustainable foundation for the agency's continued success in fulfilling its constitutional responsibilities. And whereas after many years of exemplary service, Ms. Renati now begins a well-earned retirement where she will have an opportunity to pursue further professional and personal interests and enjoy treasured time with family and friends. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the California State Board of Equalization hereby commend and honor Lisa Renati for her exemplary career of public service and express their deepest appreciation for her leadership, professionalism, and lasting contributions to the state of California. Be it further resolved that the members and staff of the California State Board of Equalization extend their warmest congratulations and sincere best wishes to Ms. Renati for retirement filled with happiness, new adventures, and meaningful pursuits. And be it resolved further that although she will leave public service, the positive impact of her leadership, dedication, and commitment to the people of California will endure, and her contributions to the board and the agency she served will long be remembered. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give Ms. Renati a round of applause. And Ms. Stowers, did you want to start things off with some comments? And we'll bring up Ms. Renati also.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Lieber, Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Ms. Renati is here. What a wonderful resolution. What can I say? So almost 4 decades. That's 40 years. So she must have started when she was 5.
Yeah, child labor, clearly.
Child labor. She's a perfect example of growing your own. What else can I say? Yes, great leader, great working partner, supporting myself as the executive director. I'm not going to say that we always agreed, but we have an open door policy and you can always speak your mind. Her retirement, Rose's retirement, and the retirement last month for Lisa Thompson is really going to see how well Ms. Renati did with succession planning.
Yes.
No pressure. She has a lot of things that she put in place, and we're still working with the stakeholders, but one that I'm really exceptionally proud about is how she really pushed to change our classifications. And it does look like it's going to go through. And she really pushed to get a higher classification for those who want to go more in the technical route within the property tax. She really pushed trying to explain to our stakeholders that, guess what? We are a tax agency and we audit businesses. For some reason, they don't think that we do that. But she's been there and pushing. So I thank you, Lisa, for that dedication and that commitment. As far as your retirement, please enjoy your time. You're always welcome back. But please enjoy your time. Spend time with your family. Spend time with Jeff. And just relax. Again, thank you so very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Renati?
Thank you, Yvette. That was very kind. You know, it's an honor to stand here and reflect on what has been almost 39 years of state service, all of it beginning and ending here at the Board of Equalization. I started as a tax auditor right out of college. I had more enthusiasm than experience and a lot more confidence than I should have. Through the years, I moved up through the ranks. I became a business tax specialist. I went in and became a first-line supervisor. I was promoted to be a senior supervisor in charge of a super crew. I went on to manage the audit program in Orange County, about 100 auditors. It was a pretty big program. I then stepped into a career executive assignment position. That's as a tax policy advisor. It's a CA position. I did serve a board member as their deputy, and I was also a tax advocate hearing officer at CDTFA for a very short bit. But luckily, I had the privilege about 6.5 years ago to get appointed to this role as Chief Deputy Director overseeing the agency, the operations and the programs. And I look back and I noticed I spent 64% of my life at the BOE. It's an astonishing number. And it's not the titles or the places I've worked that I remember, but the people. And I was really lucky. I had mentors who saw the potential in me before I saw it in myself. I had leaders who pushed me and encouraged me and challenged me. They put me in rooms that I did not think I belonged in, and they trusted me with responsibilities that seemed just a lot bigger than I was ready for, but that trust changed my life. I also was lucky to be at the right time at the right place, more than once. But that only matters when you're with people that are committed to excellence, and this agency is filled with some of those brilliant people you will ever want to meet. They inspire me with their dedication to public service every day, and I look forward to coming to work because I learn something every day. And sometimes I say, oh, I just learned something, I'm going home. And of course I don't, because there's more work to be done. Along the way, I made lifelong friends, and the friends that celebrate you, and when you're succeeding, they steady you when you're having a hard time, and they remind you to laugh when things get a little bit serious. I tell Yvette all the time, we just gotta laugh about this. It's gonna be funny one day. And it is. Give it a few years and it is funny later on. Serving this board has been a true privilege. You know, public service is not easy. You guys have thoughtful debate. You make tough decisions, and you always do what's right for the people of California. And serving this board has been one of the best chapters of my career. I've really enjoyed being part of this process. And if I have one hope, it is that I've left this agency better than when I started. That the teams are more empowered, the systems are stronger, and our culture continues to grow and adapt. I am a true believer that this board and this agency are very important to California. The work you do is important and it's enduring, and I have every confidence that you will meet the challenges ahead with continued expertise and integrity. So to everyone in this room and everyone with us here in spirit, I want to thank you for your partnership and your trust and your friendship. It has been the honor of a lifetime to serve alongside of you. And members, with that, I close this chapter with deep gratitude and tremendous pride and great optimism for what comes next. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. And I know that we have comments from our other board members. Vice Chair, did you want to start us off?
Oh, yeah, thank you. I just really appreciate what you've done, Lisa Renati. I mean, when I think about the fact that you came over 6.5 years ago, we were in rebuilding mode. And we had to fill a lot of positions because a lot of people in the BOE went over to CDTFA. And, as I mentioned earlier, we had kind of the skeleton crew, and you would give us reports on the vacancies. Do you remember, do you have an idea of how many vacancies have been filled in that 6.5 years? Because we've seen a real transition of
Well, we
employees.
filled probably 150 hiring packets, but that includes promotions. But at last count, I think when we did our last survey, we have 53 people that work here under 5 years.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
probably more than that since
Right.
it's been about 7 years since we started rebuilding.
So a lot of baby boomers retiring and
And traditionalists.
yes, yeah, absolutely. And so just want to thank you for that, because that was huge, all of that. And then can you talk a little bit about the perfect audit that we got?
So every 3 years, every state agency gets audited by State Personnel Board. It was part of difficulties we had in 2017 before the agency was reorganized. And we had our last audit that we scored a perfect score. Everything that they tested, we had 0 errors. And that is a testament to the hard work of the people in the agency, making sure we get all of our probation reports and performance appraisals and training and doing all of that. Our partners at CDTFA are committed to excellence and making sure they do everything correctly. And so we're the first, well, I don't know the first, but in the last 6 years, we're the only constitutional to ever get a perfect audit. And we are also one of only 5, I think, last year, or the last 3 years that got a perfect audit. So hoping one more time it's coming. We know that
All right.
audit's coming. We're hoping to get another perfect audit. Straight A students here.
Great.
at BOE.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Excellent. Mr. Vasquez.
Well, once again, I just wanted to thank you as well. I know when I first came on, and then a lot of us were forced into leadership roles at the beginning, and you were very instrumental on the staff side, along with several others, to make sure that, one, we put got our place in order. But more than anything, I think, what the vice chair was talking about, just being able to fill these vacancies, Coming up here, first couple of years, everybody was talking about abolishing it. It says, well, who wants to work here, right? And you were able to recruit and bring people in, quality people, to really bring this to the next level. And like you mentioned earlier, several of them, a lot of our workforce is very young now, relatively young. And I think it's only going to grow more and more because of what you laid out, and especially being part of the whole strategic plan and working with us to make sure that was in place. So I wanted to thank you and appreciate all your time. I'm sure your husband is not real happy with us, but at the end of the day, I think he will be now that you're retiring. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Schaefer.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rowdy, thank you for being with us today. You look stunning, and I just want to thank you. You were my first chief of staff when I inherited the office, and I went by the office in Santa Ana. I was moving my office to San Diego, so we had new staff, but she showed me everything. She explained that we had 2 police cars parked in front of our office. One had a rifle and one had a pistol, because we had the franchise task board upstairs dealing with bushel baskets of cash. And then when she showed me my executive office, she said, Mr. Schaefer, there's a side door here. If somebody comes in the front with guns, you're able to go out the side door. So my first thought is I should put in for hazardous pay. But I've so enjoyed seeing, I had no idea you had over 30 years' experience when I first met you, and I'm so glad you went on to the greater service as you have done. And I just want to thank you so much for being with us. I had a little comment not related to her, but putting next to each other the 2 statements. Ms. Renati has 9 whereases and 2 be it further resolves. Ms. Smith has only 5 and 1. I think Ms. Renati's would be more effective if it had 5 and 1, because if you had fewer statements, we could have larger type and it'd be easier to read and it'd be more effective. These are obviously written by different people because Ms. Renati's name is in caps and Ms. Smith's name is in lowercase. Just words of the wise, I'm always trying to make our agenda more efficient, but I am so pleased that you're here today, and again, I want to thank you that you were with my very beginning, and you know, there are people working with us, well, Miss Lee until age 100 recently, Claude Parrish at 79 down in Orange County, I'm 88, so you know that there's precedence if you want to come back at any time. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mr. Emron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank you, Lisa. Both Lisas have retired in the last 2 months, so it's been a little hard. My favorite people here at the board. I just want to thank you because when I first started, you were a guiding force and a great light and telling me to keep going and stay focused. And also, you are the conscience of this board, and I really want to thank you for guiding us, for your institutional knowledge, and also for just being the biggest fan of this board when we're going through our choppy times, right? So really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy yourself in your retirement, and I do hope to catch you for lunch or coffee sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just want to add my note of best wishes for you. I know that you're maybe going to make a movement geographically to a very beautiful part of California. And so wishing you all the best there. And we are so thankful for your work. You have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything that happens at the BOE and have been among our best representatives. And when we go into the legislature and talk about our agency, we are talking about staff like you. And so your commitment to California has meant so much. And it really is impressive, everything that you've achieved during your tenure so far. So leave that open. And now, members, we're not going to let Ms. Renati get away without some photos with us. So we're going to recess to our 10-minute break, and we'll ask Ms. Renati to come up and be a part of our photos so we can remember this occasion. And please don't be a stranger to us. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to reconvene now at 11:18, and we will continue with our agenda. Next up is item 5 under board member matters. This is Mr. Schaefer's item, a recommendation to return to in-person testimony. Mr. Schaefer, did you want to open on the item?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you all have a chance to read the letter stating the item. All we were really doing is going back to what we were doing pre-COVID, when we held in-person meetings and the public would appear in person, or they would give us written statements. And when we get written statements, they're read into the record. They're not ignored. I know when I was on the city council of San Diego, people wrote letters to the mayor and council, and they went only to the city clerk. The mayor and council never saw them. I happened to require copies be made so I could be aware. But every written communication goes into the record here. I can't see that there's been any increased public participation because of the remote testimony. We'll have 12 items on the docket, and there'll be nobody that will call, and it will take 5 minutes or more of the meeting every session, and that's, that adds up to an hour or more for us. And with 100 people on watching and the 25 people here, it's a considerable amount of time that is really a total waste. I can see the concern of the members that the public may confuse pre-COVID with post-COVID, and may also think that the average dispute is going to go before the Board of Equalization as it used to, but their average dispute is all held at the county level right now, and we only get involved in state assessed properties and rather substantial matters which are all lawyered up to start with. If you felt maybe we should carry this over until the November agenda, so the elections will be out of the way and we won't be subject to any political criticism, but I believe in doing what's right, and I think that what we should do is we should be consistent with the California legislature, which before COVID used to have only written statements and personal statements. COVID brought in the idea of telephone participation, and COVID has come and gone. If COVID should ever come back and attack us again, of course, we can adopt new resolutions, but I think you must respect my proposal as being simply a good housekeeping matter, like the housekeeping matter of trimming our taxpayers' representation testimony from 45 minutes down to 15 minutes. I'm just trying to make us a more efficient board, and I would ask you all to support it now, or if you want to set it over to November, I could care less. I won't be here next year to squawk about it, but we plant a tree not for ourselves, but for those who come after us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Vice Chair.
I'm just curious about, I always thought that we've always gone to the operator for public comment, not just after COVID.
I wasn't here.
Haven't we always operated that way?
I wasn't here in the old days. I don't know. I take a hint from what the legislature says and what the statutes say. And the statutes say that the person has an absolute right to participate. I would think if there's anybody out there that was concerned about the idea, like I am, we'd have 10 or 20 people lined up to say, no, no, no. But, we have the same silence that we have had for years. And I just think that this is we have failed to come into the post-COVID modernization as the state legislature has.
Okay, Mr. Vasquez, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just a little puzzled by it because at the end of the day, I think it's our job, authority, our responsibility to take public comment. And I think whatever we can do to make it more accessible, the better. I didn't realize it until COVID hit, how many folks actually were able to get online. I remember a couple of our first meetings during COVID, especially in one of the hearings we did, we had like 100 people on the line. And it really showed to me just the accessibility, because there's just a lot of these folks, especially down in San Diego, I would expect them to fly up here to testify.
If we had a handful of people on the line, I would not feel this such a waste of time, but we don't have a handful. We have one person maybe every few meetings, people who are gonna testify on resolutions and stuff. They, of course, are not part of this. We hear from the county assessor in Los Angeles and some of these people online, and that's a different thing. What I'm concerned about is the items that require us to stop what we're doing and see who's online. We did it this morning at 10:24, we did it at 10:35, and we'll probably have a half a dozen. There's nobody there. There's nobody there today saying, vote no on Mr. Schaefer. There's nobody listening. That's the problem that we have. And I think when the legislature says that we had a COVID way of doing business and a post-COVID way of doing business, and we're back to the post-COVID way at the legislature, we've just never taken note that COVID has come and gone. And the biggest proof that I've got something here is the fact that this has been widely published and there's nobody, well, maybe we haven't checked. Maybe the AT&T operator will say we have 17 people online. If so, I'll be astounded.
Well, let's let Mr. Vasquez finish his comments. Mr. Vasquez?
I guess I just don't see it as a waste of time. I guess is what I'm kind of puzzled with. Because at the end of the day, whether there's anybody on the line or not on the line, I think it's a good courtesy to have. And at the end of the day, I don't look to the legislator to dictate what we should do. We're a different body, we have different authority, and we should do what we think is in the best interest of the public.
Why don't we tell the legislature what to do?
Excuse me, Mr. Schaefer. We'll have Mr. Vasquez finish his comments, if any.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not comfortable with cutting people off. At the end of the day, I think whatever we can do to encourage people, the better. Even if it means, we're wasting a couple of minutes. I mean, come on. I mean, this is our job. At the end of the day, I think it's part of our responsibility and duties.
Mr. Vasquez, if they were on the line, I would feel differently, but they're not on the line. They're not on the
But why
line.
cut somebody off?
Excuse me, we can't actually have
Well, I
a
don't have a
colloquy
debate.
between two people, so we'll continue to go through the chair, if we may, and we'll let Mr. Emron make some comments, and then Vice Chair has indicated that he'd like to speak, and then we'll go to that public comment that we're hearing about.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really appreciate the moment and the opportunity. I do want, and the controller also, just consistency across the two tax boards, the franchise tax board. Madam Chair, we're there on Monday. We allow public comment. We do receive public comment by phone. And even if we agree or disagree, I think it's important to keep that. I did want to ask the staff, though, have we evaluated whether there are technological alternatives to the current AT&T system, such as a web-based platform that can address the efficiency concerns raised by Member Schaefer while preserving public access? Mike, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying that we can also maybe find a way where we get a signal if there's somebody on the line rather than us going back to the line. I just want to hopefully find a middle ground here to say how we can be more efficient in this process, but also continue to preserve the public comment the way it is.
And perhaps I can shed some light on that because I've done a little bit of a medium deep dive onto this. And our current system is included in our contract with CDTFA. So we are attached to our current system right now. Now, in the future, would there be a more responsive system? I think that at the most, we use about 30 seconds to go out to the AT&T moderator on any given question. But we do spend a great deal of time in dialogue up here, where I note that we're about 30 minutes behind time right now. And we've only gone out to the AT&T moderator, I think, twice for 30 seconds per. So, so that may be something that in the future will be made available to us. And again, we'll have to work out the relationship with CDTFA, or if we would buy access on our own, it would obviously cost more money. And I'm going to go to the vice chair next, because he's in the queue. Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would agree with the deputy controller. I think that there's an opportunity for a compromise in terms of if we can find something that's a little bit more efficient, that still gives public access. I think that public access is critical in my view. Sometimes you have a lot of people that are also listening and they don't necessarily want to make a comment, but the more that we can technologically reach our constituents for opportunities to weigh in, whether it's on the internet or on the phone or any other opportunity here in public. But I like the idea that you are accessible by phone and by internet, given that the state is so large. And I think when we take a look at Mr. Vasquez, Member Vasquez and his district and people coming up, I think of my district going up to the Oregon border. I just like that opportunity. If we can look at reducing the amount of time it takes, I think that's the answer. So, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Schaefer, I'm going to be looking for a motion before we go out to public comment, if it's possible. So if you'd like to make a statement and include your motion.
Yes, all right. Maybe we could go back to what I was talking about 6 months ago, and instead of having us inquire to A&T operator, is there somebody on the line, then the operator checks and reports back. I would like to change that and have our able staff here be in communication with the AT&T operator. If there is a call, they would advise staff by fax, or a little red light goes on, there's a call, and then staff will let us know. There's never going to be anybody on the line. What I'm concerned about is the 10 or 15 cessations in our business, even if only for, 5 minutes. So if we could have these two lovely ladies be in contact with the AT&T operator without bothering us, and the minute there is somebody, she'll say, hey, we got a call. I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I would move adoption of the Schaefer proposal.
Okay, so we have a motion. Vice Chair, did you wish to comment?
Yeah, can I comment without a second? Is that?
Please.
I'm wondering if you would consider, Member Schaefer, bringing this back, giving us an opportunity to take a look at some of the technology that's available, and then also the timeline on the contract, because I think aren't we beholden to a contract with CDTFA?
Yes, and I think we're going to get some comments about that from Ms. Himovitz.
Okay.
Her right away. Ms. Himovitz.
Julia Himovitz on behalf of the Legal Department. Just a couple of items or points for you to consider in this discussion. So I want to address all the different things that have come up. One, we did do some research as far as the amount of time that it does in fact take away from the meeting. From the period of October through January, going out to public comment only, cost us 3 minutes of time per meeting on average. I would also note that in February, when we brought this up, it was a consensus of the board. There was not a motion made that you guys wanted to maintain this process. And through that, we did, as you know, and have also mentioned, we did, look at the contract. It is part of what CDTFA provides for us. I'm not sure how we would get in or out of that contract. They're a great partner of ours. I would also notice or point out that the legislature follows different rules. I believe it was Member Vasquez that pointed this out. We are under Bagley-Keene, as you guys have heard me mention many times, and as part of that, Bagley-Keene does require that for any teleconference appearance. So we do have members that appear remotely. We have to provide a similar opportunity for the public to have access to us. That's part of Bagley-Keene. So any motion that may be made today to change this process will also have an effect on how we can provide remote access to members. So I would note that we have looked into the AT&T operator process and what we could provide elsewhere. That would likely require us to give access through Teams or a Zoom platform type of thing. We don't have the ability to do that currently. I would also note that members of the public participating only on the internet will have a delay. So anything that they would want to provide comment on, they could miss their opportunity, right? Because I'm not sure the exact amount of the delay, but there is a delay on YouTube when someone is streaming. So in terms of somebody calling in and listening in, it is the most accurate way for them to hear and participate.
Okay, thank you for making those comments for us. And so currently we have a motion. Is there anyone who would like to make a second?
I'd like to just ask through the chair, would the maker of the motion be willing to pull it back? And let's see if there's any more information that could be provided at our next meeting.
I would pull it back. We are guaranteeing the public the right to give us something in writing, which I give something in writing to various bodies, and I don't know if they read it into the record, but we're very responsive as far as taking written. And until COVID came along, nobody bothered with this telephone deal. And the concern I have is that the great public is ignoring us today, and they've been ignoring us ever since COVID. Maybe once a year somebody will call in. I think the legislature is much smarter than we are, and they've realized that. But I will pull back mine in case you want to put it on a renewal, maybe come up in November and see if the public wants
Or
to
perhaps
swap.
we could get more information for you. Maybe it doesn't have to come back.
I'm sorry we
Right.
don't have a citizen advocate in here speaking up for the status quo. Since we don't, and I just think that says a lot by the silence. That's what this is all about, the silence.
But
Okay.
The
So,
access is important.
If I may, we have legislators and legislative staff waiting to present to us
sorry.
as well. We have grappled with this issue before. There will not be any new information coming out in the near term, meaning this year. And what we have is compliant with our responsibilities under the law. We do operate under different laws than the legislature does. They don't have Bagley-Keene or Brown Act. They operate under LORA, the Legislative Open Records Act. And so we're in a bit of a standstill until we can hear about technology that might improve the situation. So I think Mr. Schaefer has indicated that he'll pull back and we can continue to do research. The item wouldn't come back on our next agenda, but if we find any technology that can change the situation, then we would be able to consider investing money into that. And as was mentioned, it would save an average of 3 minutes from each meeting.
Madam Chair, I'm very impressed we have two members of the legislature sitting on this body, you and Senator Gaines, and I would feel that you understand what the legislature has done by stepping down, and that was really all I was seeking.
Okay, excellent.
Keep the status quo. Next year, when I'm out there in the public, I can call in.
Absolutely. You can get on Teams as well. I think we offer that to emeritus members of this body.
I would rather write you a memo.
Potentially. We're not going to give up on you, Mr. Schaefer, because you are indeed a California original. And so I think we're good with the dialogue thus far. So there's not a motion now that Mr. Schaefer has kindly pulled back on that, and nor is there a second. So Ms. Himovitz, do we need to go out for public comment on this item for no action? Okay, thank you. So we won't go out for public comment. We'll just kind of stand there and keep watchful.
Point of order, I think we should know if there's anybody who's called in. I don't think there is. I mean, we should know that because that's important as to whether there is a public out there. I'm saying there isn't, and
Well, we go out for public comment when there's a motion and a second on the floor, and there is not in this case. But we're going to do an A/B test because we're now going to go on to another item, and we'll be able to see, is there anyone who wants to speak to Mr. Vasquez's item or to my item as well? And so that's going to be a good test right there. So we will keep watchful, and we'll hold on this item for right now. But thank you, Mr. Schaefer. And we'll go on now to item 6. This is a request for board support for Senate Bill 420 by Senator Padilla. I'll give you a little preview, and then we have Senator Padilla's staff joining us as well. And members, I'm bringing this forward, this item for support because I believe it is incumbent on the board to clarify that the welfare tax exemption indeed shall not include property or any portion thereof operated as a detention facility for a nonprofit entity. Members, under the California Constitution, all property is taxable unless exempted by the state constitution or the laws of the United States. The legislature may exempt from property taxation in whole or in part property used exclusively for religious, hospital, scientific, or charitable purposes and owned or held in trust by nonprofit corporation or other entities if certain criteria are met. This bill seeks to add a section to the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 214.12, to state that for the purposes of Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 214, property used exclusively for religious, hospital, scientific, or charitable purposes shall not include property or any portion thereof operated as a detention facility by a for-profit entity. And so I'd like to go ahead and go now to Senator Padilla's staff to present to us. If you could please let us know your name, and we're very eager to hear your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present SB 420 today. My name is Mipal Kalra, and I'm a legislative aide for State Senator Steve Padilla. Senator Padilla represents the 18th Senate District, which includes the communities of Chula Vista, the Coachella Valley, Imperial Beach, the Imperial Valley, National City, and San Diego. A recent investigation revealed that the Brawley Community Foundation, a nonprofit organization that owns an ICE detention facility in Imperial County, avoided paying at least $6 million in property taxes through California's welfare exemption. For years, nonprofits have been supported through the California welfare exemption for the valuable work they do to benefit local communities. Although this foundation claims to support community development, create jobs in a high unemployment region, and reduce strain on government agencies, much of its activity and revenue are connected to the Imperial Regional Detention Facility, which is operated for profit by a private prison contractor. Under the Trump administration's brutal immigration enforcement policies, this facility operates with poor conditions, solitary confinement, and inadequate medical care, which has resulted in 2 deaths in custody. Subsidizing these facilities with charitable tax exemptions at the expense of local schools and local services betrays the community that this nonprofit alleges to serve. SB 420 ensures that organizations tied to private immigration detention centers cannot claim charitable tax status and be exempted from local property taxes solely because they are organized as nonprofits. This bill protects taxpayers from subsidizing horrific ICE detention operations. SB 420 closes the loophole in California's revenue and taxation code by preventing organizations connected to immigration detention or deportation efforts from qualifying for charitable property tax exemptions in the future. I also want to thank the Board of Equalization staff for their continued assistance in drafting the language to ensure we achieve the bill's intent. Thank you for considering a support position on this important measure.
Thank you. And members, as Ms. Calra indicated, the comments that the Board of Equalization staff had were received and integrated into the bill. The bill is also supported by the California Assessors Association and the Riverside Sheriff's Association, as well as another number of nonprofit agencies, and including Cal nonprofits. So I will go ahead and make a motion that we support SB 420. And I'd love to take a second. Mr. Emron,
A second, with the question too, Madam Chair, if that's okay.
please.
This is a question for the Board of Equalization staff. If SB 420 passes, what is the process by which the BOE would revoke or modify existing OCC clearance for the affected for-profit detention operators, and what notice and appeals rights would these operators have?
Thank you, Deputy Controller Emron. For the record, my name is David Young. I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So if this bill passes, the board actually does do periodic recertifications of entities that were granted these OCCs. They would fall within that review, and we would take a look and see the formative documents, and we will review their application.
So if revoked, they have a right to appeal within a certain amount of time?
Yes.
And that appeal comes before the board?
Correct.
Okay. My other question would be, have we identified how many for-profit detention facilities are in California that are currently holding an OCC clearance?
As of right now, we've only been able to identify one. There are many private detention centers, but we've only been able to find one incident where they're actually holding a OCC and being exempt from property taxation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other comments? Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this forward. And David, while you're standing up, I have a quick question for you. You said we've identified one OCC
yes.
So far. That one, do we know if they are following all the rules in terms of being transparent and allowing public access? Because it's my understanding some of them, and you mentioned there's several of these, and I guess if they're privately run, I guess we have no authority over them, basically.
Yes, as you well know, the welfare exemption is a bifurcated program within the state of California. We look at the formative documents and whether the entity itself qualifies. The actual enforcement of the actual use of the property, that falls upon the county assessor in which county that property falls into. So if there's a use in there that is not consistent with what the formative documents say they're doing with it, it's their duty and responsibility to check.
But in terms of monitoring or making sure that they're in compliance,
right,
is that on us or the county?
It's on the county, sir.
On the county.
Yes.
Because I know, and I don't know if the rep is still online with Senator Padilla, but I think he originally came up with this idea because I know several electeds, not only here in California, but at the federal level as well, were trying to visit some of these facilities and just to check and see how they're being run and weren't given access. And then I didn't realize that maybe it's this one, and there's probably others, but that are privately run. that are being very restrictive and are not allowing, even though I could see, the public just dropping in, but elected officials having the opportunity to observe and see how they're treating these folks.
Indeed, I've seen those.
And the fact that there is one, at least, that's getting the benefit from this, that's my real concern, is that if they're qualifying for an exemption, they should be, one, transparent, and two, be very accessible to the public.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to comment? Thank you, Mr. Young. And we can move to public comment now. And we do not have comment cards from the auditorium, nor have we received any written comments. And so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. And moderator, if you could please let us know if there's anyone holding on the line who would like to make a comment on item 6.
Ladies and gentlemen on the phone lines, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0. Once again, for comments on the phone lines, please press 1 then 0. And 1 moment, please, for your first comment.
Leo would like that.
First comment, please.
1 moment while we gather the information for your first commenter.
Thank you.
And you have a comment from Robert Minville. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Robert Minville, Imperial County Assessor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members. I am the assessor in Imperial County, and we have been dealing with the Imperial Valley Gateway Center, also known as the Regional Detention Center, here since my entire term, and it started when my predecessor was finishing his term. And so we review the applications. I just want to give you a little background. When I first came in, we questioned whether this facility should receive an OCC, Organizational Clearance Certificate, and we did send that request for a legal opinion to the Board of Equalization, County Assessed Property, and we did receive a opinion dated August 12th, 2015, basically stating that they did qualify, the nonprofit underlying owner did qualify. And since then, we have been receiving their applications, reviewing them. We have been inspecting the facility. Most recently, a few weeks ago, 2 of our staff were requested and were an appointment and were granted access to walk through the facility, and they found it to be clean and safe and well maintained. They did not talk to any of the detainees there, so I can't speak to how they're being treated. But so we have done our due diligence on our part to make sure that the intended use of that facility, as it was qualified under the OCC, was done, and we did our due diligence to make sure that they qualified for the exemption. I do want to say that the owners do pay some property taxes. There's excess land there that's not being used for the as part of the detention or detainee housing facility that they're paying property taxes on. They're also paying a county service area assessment for water and sewer. That's an annual assessment, direct charge. And they're paying some direct charges on solid waste and mosquito abatement. So it's not zero taxes they're paying some, but their most recent exemption for an assessment of 76,142,783 land and improvements. We did apply an exemption of 61,802,380. So they are receiving a substantial reduction in property assessment because of this. Having said that, well, I wanted to let you know that the California Assessor Association supports Senator Padilla's bill. I want to thank the leadership of our organization. Joaquin Torres, our chair of our legislative committee, and Kristen DePaul, our president of our association, for taking this on. And I was included in the discussions. And I did ask them, also Los Angeles County Assessor Jeff Prang, for his staff doing the research on it. I encouraged them. I asked them to take a support position, and we did. On the 12th of June, the executive board of the CAA did vote to support this. I also want to let you know that the Imperial County Board of Supervisors yesterday voted 5-0 to support Senator Padilla's bill, and they will be sending a letter to the Assembly Appropriations Committee at the end of this week. And so I personally, as the assessor, I support Senator Padilla's bill, and I told him that at a town hall meeting last Thursday when he was here in El Centro. And this gives us, as assessors, clarification. This has been a sometimes impossible situation to be in, where we're looking at an organization that we're questioning how can they be exempt when we're for a welfare exemption that's intended for churches and museums and libraries and hospitals and scientific uses. But when I read the legal opinion, I see that it's been laid out. And then our part of it as assessors is we need to determine whether it's being used as intended. And so we welcome this clarification. As I told Senator Padilla, we always want to eliminate gray areas, or try to eliminate the gray areas in the law. And this is not a change in the law, but it is, I see it as clarification. It will not place additional burden on us, but it will give us a clear understanding of going forward of how we're going to treat these exemptions when they come through our office. So I thank you for your time, and I hope to see you all soon, especially you, Member Schaefer. I hope to see you before the end of your term in person. Thank you.
And Assessor, if you would please hold on, we have a question from our Vice Chair, please.
Yeah, thank you, Assessor Menzel. I just want a clarification, because I've also heard of situations for faith-based organizations that they've got to be very careful on, let's say they have facilities and they're letting, let's say, another party that is not a nonprofit use it. Isn't that disallowed?
Yes, we have, that's part of the inspection process, to send an appraiser out and to determine, is the entire facility being used for the purpose that's intended. And oftentimes, let's say often, but sometimes we find that a portion of the property is being used for another purpose. A church, for example, that may have a Sunday school facility, but during the week they lease that to someone for a daycare center 5 days a week. Well, all of a sudden that doesn't qualify, or that operator that's leasing that, they don't qualify. So part of that would have to be carved out by the local assessor's office, and they would no longer be eligible for the exemption.
Okay, so would is this scenario similar?
Well, yes, we carved out the excess land. Back in 2013, when they purchased the land, they purchased more land than they needed for the phase. I'm just assuming they were going to phase in their buildings and possibly look at expanding in the future. And so they bought excess land. Well, not all of it is being used for the detainee housing project. So that excess land, we're assessing that, and they're paying property taxes on that.
Okay. All right, so this
Okay.
just clarifies that that the welfare tax exemption does not apply, right? So if it's for a different use, it doesn't apply.
Yeah.
That's not
Or
nonprofit
that,
related.
or yeah. Well, I want to make sure I understand the question. You said if part of the property is being used for a purpose other than what the OCC was intended, then we would have to carve that out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that's what they have excess land. It's not being used for detention facility. They bought excess land. That part of it, we are assessing them property taxes on. Assessing them, and they're paying property taxes on it.
Okay.
It's all one parcel. It's one assessor's parcel.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Very good, thank you.
And I think we have a question from Mr. Schaefer.
Well, I just wanted to thank my assessor from Imperial for calling in, and he's been, I think, 12 years with the assessor's office, and he's a leader in the statewide assessors organization. I see him at conventions. I just want to thank him for his service. When I was down last to visit with him, we went to a rodeo, which was a very popular event there, and to one or more of the service clubs where he's well recognized. And we took a long ride along the border, saw the Border Patrol in action, and could see Mexico on one side of the street. He's been really a very good person to have in the job, and I want to commend him for all he's doing, and I'm so pleased that he just won re-election for another term. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Assessor, for being here with us today. And we'll check in with our AT&T operator to see if there are other callers on the line.
If you have a comment to make, please press 1, then 0. And no one is queuing up at this time.
Okay, thank you. So members, we have a motion by myself, seconded by Mr. Vasquez, and we'll go ahead and ask Mr. Cuddy to please call the roll.
I just want to correct the record. I believe the second was Mr. Emron.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is right. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. I'll call the roll then. Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye?
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
Okay, members, the item passes unanimously, and we'll go on now to item 7 under Board Member Matters. This is Mr. Vasquez's item requesting support for AB 2089 by Mr. Ward, property taxation and welfare exemption filing of claims. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we need to call the item, or can I just go right into it?
We just did call it.
We don't need to get into the description of it at this point?
No, you can go ahead and
Okay.
open.
Thank you, members. We're going to have some discussion, and it's my understanding that we may have lost the Assemblymember Ward, but we have his staff on the line right now to make a presentation, at least on Teams. And I wanted to thank Chair for agreeing to put this on. We have 2 speakers. The first one will be the staff person for Assemblymember Ward. I believe his name is Severio Riso Llamas. And the second one is in-house here with us today, Mr. Paul Schaefer of the California Council of Affordable Housing. one of the sponsors of the bill. So let me go ahead and start with the member, I guess it's a staff person. Severio, are you on the line on Teams? I see your face. Here we go. Let me let you go ahead and introduce the bill, and then we'll have Mr. Paul Schaefer come on and give his comments, and then we'll open it up to my colleagues. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Board Member. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Silverio Rizoyamas. I'm a senior legislative assistant with the Office of Assemblymember Chris Ward. And on behalf of Assemblymember Chris Ward, just want to thank you for the opportunity to present AB 2089, which makes really measured but meaningful modifications to the welfare exemption filing process. The welfare exemption exemption, as you all know, improves project feasibility for eligible affordable housing developers by supporting long-term affordability and financial stability for long-term Californians. Assemblyman Ward has authored previous legislation concerning the welfare exemption, including AB 2353, which allowed an eligible affordable housing developer to conserve valuable affordable housing dollars by withholding property taxes once they've been filed for the exemption. AB 2089 supports affordable housing access by ensuring adequate time to complete the annual filing process by requiring that all necessary forms are released by November 15th each year. This bill would ensure that eligible organizations have time to complete the time-intensive process of collecting signatures to recertify tenant incomes. Also, to modernize the filing process and reduce administrative strain, AB 2089 would authorize the county assessor to collect verified electronic signatures. AB 2089 also extends the sunset for an existing authorization for tenant incomes and low-income housing tax credit properties to increase up to 100% of the area median income without disqualifying the unit from the exemption. Extending the sunset by 1 year aligns it with the sunset date for tenant incomes and non-light tech properties to increase up to 100% of AMI. Just this morning, Mr. Ward was able to present AB 2089 before the Senate Rev and Tax Committee, and it will now be referred to the Senate Appropriations for fiscal review. Assemblymember Ward really appreciates your thoughtful engagement with the bill and respectfully requests your support.
Thank you. Let me have Mr. Paul Schaefer, who's here in the audience, come up and give his comments, and then we'll open it up to my colleagues.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Schaefer, and I'm the Public Policy Manager with the California Council for Affordable Housing. We're the proud co-sponsors of AB 2089 with Assemblymember Chris Ward. CCAH represents the full spectrum of the affordable housing industry, from tax credit investors and lenders to developers and long-term property managers, serving communities across California. Collectively, our members own and operate approximately 350,000 affordable units statewide, housing some of our most vulnerable residents, including seniors, families, and individuals with disabilities. California's Constitution recognizes that certain uses, such as charitable, religious, and nonprofit activities, serve a broader public good and should be exempt from property taxation. Affordable housing that serves low-income Californians falls squarely within this intent. For our members, the welfare property tax exemption is not simply a benefit, it is a foundational component of the financial structure that makes these homes possible. The value of the exemption varies by property, but the savings are often substantial, frequently reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars annually for large developments. These are not excess funds. These are reinvested directly into property operations, resident services, capital repairs, and long-term preservation. In many cases, this exemption is what allows properties to remain financially viable and while keeping rents deeply affordable for residents. Research from UC Berkeley's Turner Center highlights the exemption's critical role in improving project feasibility, attracting investments, and enabling both the production of new housing and the preservation of existing units. In a high-cost state like California, where operating margins are already tight, even short-term increases in operating expenses can disrupt budgets, delay maintenance, or in worst cases, threaten a property's long-term stability. Despite its importance, the current exemption process is outdated and creates significant administrative challenges. AB 2089 makes targeted common sense updates to modernize this process. When an essential system like this becomes inefficient, the burden simply does not disappear. It shifts onto our nonprofit partners and ultimately affects the residents they serve. Today, the annual certification and filing process is an extraordinarily resource-intensive process. Between the 1st of January and February 15th, property management staff are required to focus almost exclusively on compliance. For many organizations, this equates to more than a full workday every day over a 6-week period, often requiring evening and weekend work just to meet statutory deadlines. This diverts staff from the core responsibilities like property management, maintenance coordination, and staff and resident support services. The most significant bottleneck in collecting tenants' wet signatures on required affidavit is collecting the tenant signatures on affidavits. Because forms are not currently distributed before the 1st of January, providers are forced to operate within a compressed timeline. Staff must coordinate with hundreds of residents, many with varying schedules, language needs, or accessibility challenges, to complete and return documentations within a 6-week period. This can be especially difficult for seniors, residents with disabilities, or those working multiple jobs. Additionally, the tight timeframe can create confusion and discomfort for tenants, some of whom are hesitant to sign forms under pressure or without sufficient time to review and ask questions. In some cases, this leads to delays or incomplete filings, further increasing administrative strain. AB 2089 addresses these issues in a thoughtful and practical way by allowing earlier distribution of these documents and by permitting electronic verified signatures. These updates bring the process in line with modern administrative practices that are used both across the public and private sectors. By extending the timeline and introducing flexibility, this bill will significantly reduce administrative burden, improve compliance rates, and create a better experience for both the housing providers and the residents. Importantly, this allows staff to focus more of their time on what matters most, maintaining safe, stable housing, and supporting residents. And finally, AB 2089 also extends the sunset for the low-income housing tax credit properties to remain eligible for the welfare tax exemption when tenants' income modestly increases up to 140% of the area median income. This provision reflects the realities of upward mobility and helps maintain stability of both residents and housing providers. Aligning this extension with related sunset dates promotes greater consistency and predictability with existing policy. In short, AB 2089 modernizes a critical process, strengthens the effectiveness of the constitutionally grounded exemption, protects limited nonprofit resources, and reinforces the long-term stability of affordable housing across California. For these reasons, CCAH respectfully asks for your support on AB 2089 today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you both for your comments and your presentation. As we look for ways to improve the efficiency of both the welfare exemption process, we have to be mindful of the budgetary, and I think we talked a little bit about this, limits both on the state and the local levels. And this bill tries to balance these two interests. And as we're looking at this, the cost, and this is, I guess, a modest cost, or minimal, I should say, associated with them moving forward. I have one question before I open it up to my colleagues, and that is, what kind of inconsistencies have you encountered regarding the acceptance of electronic signatures across California counties?
So they're currently under the members that I've worked with in my organization. There's obviously 58 counties, but not all of them work in all 58. So I'm aware of only 2 counties that currently accept electronic signatures. Really what this bill does is it kind of further allows, I think, more of a signaling to the counties to say that this is really where we would like to get to. And from the perspective of the affordable housing industry, it really is something that we'd see as a great benefit, not only to the property management teams, but also to the residents we serve. So just in terms of the inconsistencies, we only see 2 counties that allow it, and then other counties that we have sought to try to see if there's any sort of reform we could find in this process. And I think kind of to your point about some of those budgetary constraints, that's kind of where we're at now. But I think this bill does that signaling to say that we'd like to get to that point in modernizing this process.
Thank you. Look, I see a couple hands. Let me go with our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Member Vasquez. Appreciate you bringing this forward. I understand that it went from mandatory electronic signatures to authorized, and everybody, all the parties are okay with that language, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just add a little bit more to that, I think that kind of speaks to Member Vasquez's point about the budgetary constraints, just given what we're seeing at the county level, but also across the state. Again, we'd like to get to that point where every county allows the electronic submission of forms, but I think we're just not there yet. But this is the right move in the right direction.
Member Schaefer?
Mr. Schaefer, are you related to David Letterman's music director?
No, but I've gotten that all my life, so thank you for asking.
And where is Assemblyman Ward today? He's my assemblyman.
So Assemblymember Ward was actually presenting on this same bill in Senate Rev and Tax, almost at the exact same time. So we were kind of double scheduling him today.
Well, tell him Mike Schaefer says hello.
I will tell him the other Schaefer says hello.
Okay, great. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
So it sounds like the bill is crafted in such a way for smaller counties I represent.
Say that one more time, I'm so sorry.
I represent 34 counties in my district, a lot of which are very small and rural and don't have much of a budget. So this is optional, right, in terms of the way the legislation is crafted. If they don't have the money, I think those are the points you were making, that they would not be required to move forward with this.
Correct. Into the Deputy Controller's question, it was originally mandatory, and then through the amendments with the opposition to this, it was amended down to being authorized rather than mandatory.
Wonderful. And I guess another angle would be if funding was available, that might be an opportunity for modernizing some of these smaller counties.
To assist, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else, or are we good?
I think we're good, so we'd like to take
I
a
would just
motion.
move, we just moved that we support AB 2089.
Okay.
Second.
And seconded by Mr. Emron. We will go ahead and go out for public comment. We have no written comments, nor anyone else who submitted a speaker card. So we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a comment on item 7.
For comments on the phone lines, please press 1 then 0. And at this time, no one is queuing up.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and there's been a motion by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Mr. Emron. So we'll ask Ms. Cicchetti to please call the roll.
Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Vice Chair Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
Okay, great. Members, that is unanimous and support. Our next item is our closed session. And I know that we're a little bit behind time here. We'll ask our executive officer, is the best thing to do to go into the closed session now? And I'm getting several affirmations of that. So we will go to our closed session and take items 8 and 9, referring to pending litigation. And our closed session will occur in room 142. So we'll go in there, and that will be followed by our 1-hour lunch. So we'll expect to be back here by about 1:30 or so. So if there are folks who are hoping to catch a certain item, that's generally the time frame. So we'll go ahead and recess now and reconvene in 1:42.
Yeah, the way that, we have to go to, to the public comment before we go into closed session.
Thank you for that reminder. We haven't received written comments.
I can continue, for you, yes. We haven't
Please.
received any public comments on this item, and there's no one in the auditorium who's coming forward on this. So let's go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding closed session?
If you would like to make a comment, please press 1 then 0. And no one is queuing up.
Thank you, moderator.
Okay, so we will now recess and reconvene with the board in room 142. Mr. Schaefer, did you have a question?
It's not clear to me what business the public would have on whether we go to closed session or content of closed session. That, by very definition, is limited to ourselves.
Well, our deliberations are limited, but the public does have a right to put in comments beforehand. And so that's what we've now given them the opportunity to do and fulfilled our responsibility as far as that. So we'll recess now at this time and reconvene for our closed session in room 142, which will be followed by a 1-hour lunch. Thank you. The board has returned from our closed session, and
Yeah,
maybe not yet.
we're not quite sure. We're waiting on the media team, I believe. Mhm. Okay, here he is.
Hey, we're not ready. Just 1 minute.
Mm-mm. She said 1:45, no, 1:30. She said, yeah. Meeting was supposed to.
No, she said 1:30. Okay, now we're ready to begin.
Excellent, thank you. The board has returned from closed session and from the lunch hour as well. And we will now reconvene the board meeting at 1:35. We'll go first to Ms. Taylor, Chief of Board Proceedings, to make a statement relative to the closed session.
Thank you. The board members met in closed session, discussed litigation matters. No action was taken.
Thank you. And we'll go on to item 10, our Executive Director's report. Ms. Stowers.
Good afternoon. Yvette Stowers, Executive Director for the State Board of Equalization. Before we begin, I would like to recognize Father's Day. For this special day, I'm reminded of a song from the singing group, the OJs, the song of family reunion. There's one particular verse I would like to quote. You know the family is the solution to the world's problems today. Now let's take a look at the family. In the family, the father is like the head, the leader, the director, not domineering, but showing love, guidance for everyone else in the family. The OJs of Family Reunion. To all the fathers, happy Father's Day. I would also like to recognize Juneteenth, as proclaimed by Governor Newsom as the National Freedom Day, a day of observation, a day that honors freedom, resilience, and enduring contributions of Black Americans to our nation and our communities. As I've been reflecting on Juneteenth the past 2 weeks, I'm reminded of a poem, Juneteenth by Judith Sebastian. For every cage, a free spirit was born. For every chain, a free soul was unleashed. For every drop of blood, a hymn of hope was sung. For every life lost, another life fought back, no matter the cost. June 19th, 1865. A slave no more, a free person for life. And yet, freedom is hard to find. And a world has gone blind to the ones who got left behind. Juneteenth by Judith Sebastian. All right, that's my public service announcement. Let's get to my report. As we close out on another fiscal year and await final action on next year's state's budget, I am pleased to report that all indications are that the agency's budget appropriation for 26-27 fiscal year is unchanged. Our budget change proposal for the IT modernization project is still in the budget, and our current fiscal year spending remains within budget as we prioritize mission-critical expenditures only. We will continue to monitor developments and keep members appraised of any noteworthy changes. Next, I would like to provide a brief update on the state's general fund's cash receipt and recent completed tax filings. According to the Department of Finance June Bulletin, preliminary general fund agency cash receipts continue to track slightly ahead of expectations. Fiscal year-to-date receipts are approximately 162 million above the May revision forecast, driven primarily by stronger than expected sales and use tax receipts and personal income tax collections. As noted, personal income tax receipts have outperformed projections, coming in at about 274 million, or 0.2% above, about 0.2% above forecast. Much of the strength was driven by withholding receipts, which remain an important indicator of ongoing labor market activity. Corporation tax receipts follow a similar pattern, tracking slightly higher, ahead coming in at just 24 million above the year-to-date projections. The Department of Finance also reports that the preliminary sales and use tax receipts were 279 million, or 0.9% above the year-to-date forecast. FTB also reports that the 2026 tax filing season for the 2025 tax year was successful. As reported at Monday's FTB meeting, Californians filed approximately 16.8 million personal income tax returns, with 96% submitted electronically, including 6.2 million tax payments. I know I gave a lot of figures, and if you would like to have a copy of the finance bulletin, I can send it to your office. The next item I would like to highlight is the upcoming California Assessors Association Summer Regional Conference. The conference is scheduled for August 3rd through the 9th in Napa County. The conference is hosted by the Bay Area Association and Assessor John Tudor. Your offices will provide the information on how to register, and for those who have expressed the desire to register, you have registered. Last day to register so we get the contract in is July 3rd. Next, as you know, the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing is set for August 26th during the August 26th board meeting. The hearing provides an opportunity for taxpayers, county assessors, and other stakeholders to share feedback, ask questions, and raise concerns about California property tax system and the alcoholic beverage tax. They also have the opportunity to talk about the most recently released Taxpayer Rights Annual Report. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate will be providing additional information later in her report, but I ask that the entire board to assist with promoting this year's hearing in your districts. We will be providing you with some promotional material. Members, I will continue to keep your office informed, but that completes my update on item 10. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much, your Father's Day tribute. I don't know how I missed that in my opening remarks. Vice Chair Gaines feels that I know everybody, and he's right. I had a client named Debbie Reynolds, the actress, and I met her first husband, Eddie Fisher, who had a song that brings tears to my eyes. Oh, my papa, to me, he was so wonderful. You know, all that song, you know. I feel so privileged to have grown up in an age where, you know, when he would take me on his knee and turn my tears to laughter. So thank you for mentioning that as part of yours. I'm mentioning the payment of income tax. I paid my income tax about 6 weeks ago, and the check has not been cashed yet because the federal government requires a secret code to verify that you really are the only person filing under this Social Security number. You don't know anything about that, but it's so frustrating to try to pay your taxes and have a month go by with your checking account being bloated because the government won't cash the check.
I don't know anything about it, but I will say at least you're taking steps to prevent identity theft.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for your kind comments about Father's Day. I appreciate that. And also Juneteenth. Very much appreciate that. And also the update on the May revise. Did I understand that correctly, that it's up 162 million on the positive side in terms of revenue? since the May revise?
I was giving you the Department of Finance cash bulletin report.
Okay,
So that's what the Department of Finance is reporting as to the fiscal year-to-date receipts, so about 162 million above the
Yes.
May revision forecast. So
Wonderful.
yes.
that's encouraging. Very good, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and have you go to item 11 for us, please.
Item number 11, still be Yvette Stars, Executive Director. Members, Revenue and Taxation Code Section 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessments rolls by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the board or the executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for an official act by the assessors. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires the executive director inform the board of any such extension at its next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that Humboldt, Imperial, Shasta, and Tulare County assessors have requested and been granted a 30-day extension to complete their 2026 local assessment roll. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions on item 11? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
I have a question, I'm sorry.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Schaefer.
Does it require the board in all cases to say yay or nay on this? I'm for giving some authority to the executive director to act on our, act for us on some minimal things.
I'm authorized to approve the extensions request, so the board does not have to say yay or nay, but the statute requires for me to inform the board whenever I have granted the extension, and that's what I just did.
Okay, well, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on now to item 12, the IT project update, presented by Ms. Taylor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm Catherine Taylor, Chief of Board Proceedings and Operations Support Services. And today we want to provide you with a brief update on our efforts and progress in modernizing our information technology. One of the top goals in our strategic plan is to modernize our core tax administration functions by leveraging technological solutions. Over the last 6 years, we've evaluated our programs for process improvement and streamlining. Our current focus is on the State Assessed Properties Division, specifically on modernizing the board role. Since 1991, the division has relied on COBOL-era mainframe system to manage the assessment, valuation, and allocation of property taxes for our state assessees. Unfortunately, the mainframe system is outdated, and the technical skills needed to support it are becoming extinct. To provide fair and transparent tax administration, the State Assessed Property Division has worked tirelessly, adapting to the aging mainframe using temporary workarounds, depending heavily on manual data entry and producing paper-based documentation. The planning activities for our IT modernization started long before the official procurement process. In the years leading up to this project, CDTFA's Technical Services Division supported several of our modernization efforts. During this period, State Assessed Properties spent significant time working with the TSD business analysts to document their business processes and explore the options available for modernization. We published a request for information in January 2023 to help us understand what options might be available. By fall 2024, we concluded that we needed a new solution, not a patchwork of workarounds. So in December 2024, we formalized our intent to modernize and streamline the State Assessed Properties Division by using the California Department of Technology's Project Approval Lifecycle, or PAL, process. This was the first step in our process to begin accepting a new IT system for State Assessed Properties, bringing this agency together with the California Department of Technology and the Department of Finance for oversight. Our project team includes both BOE and CDTFA employees and is managed by a project manager. The PAL framework has 4 stages from beginning to solution launch. Our primary goal for the project was formulated in the first step, the Stage 1 business analysis. We identified our program problems and opportunities, established our business needs, and assessed our project readiness. As a result of this in-depth analysis, we proposed replacing the outdated state-assessed properties legacy tax administration system with a modern cloud-based solution to enhance the efficiency, security, and scalability of state assessments. The new system will be designed to reduce data entry and manual review of taxpayer submissions, create a fast, secure, and accessible data retrieval and storage system, streamline case management, create an electronic e-filing system for taxpayers, and create a system that uses a set of rules and calculations to ensure seamless processing, ultimately improving taxpayer services and agency effectiveness. The California Department of Technology received our Stage 1 business analysis on March 6, 2025. Next, in Stage 2, alternatives analysis, we evaluated the existing SAPD processes to define the business problems faced by the program and outline how this project meets the agency's strategic goals. The project team developed 9 pillars for our solution requirements that will provide the core components of the new solution. These 9 pillars are e-file web portal, centralized data storage, data governance, tax and allocation computations according to business rules, case management, audit appraisal efficiencies, data visualization reports and dashboards, going paperless, and broadband connectivity. As part of the Stage 2 alternatives analysis, we issued a second request for information in May of 2025 to gather more information from vendors to better understand the technical options available and the estimated cost. All the information gathered was used to develop our financial analysis and recommend a solution approach. The total cost of the project is estimated at $15.6 million, which includes the vendor's cost to deliver a solution and the BOE and CDTFA staff resources that will be dedicated to the project. Of course, we needed a funding source to cover the new solution. We developed and submitted a budget change proposal, or BCP, for $6.3 million to support the project. We submitted our Stage 2 alternatives analysis package to the California Department of Technology on July 22nd of 2025. And then on August 28th, the next month, we submitted our BCP to the Department of Finance for inclusion in the governor's budget for fiscal year 2026-27, which will start next week. The project team fielded additional questions from the Department of Finance and from California Department of Technology's project approval oversight team during the following months. On January 9th, 2026, we were excited to learn that our IT modernization BCP was included in the governor's budget, and 2 weeks later, the project approval oversight team at the Department of Technology provided their Stage 2 alternative analysis approval. The agency took a moment of celebration by voting on a new name and logo for the project. The winning name is STARS, the State Administration Record System, and a project logo was unveiled. Upon the approval of the Stage 2 alternatives analysis, the project team created the deliverables required for the approval of the next stage, Stage 3 solution analysis. These deliverables included the Master Project Management Plan, which covers such topics as project management, change control management, communications management, contract and cost management, data governance, project management, and issue management. These plans define how the project will be managed using role-based activities and processes. These plans will ensure that the project is managed collaboratively with deliberate checkpoints and opportunities to discuss and resolve problems. Our executive director, Yvette Stowers, and her leadership team supported the project by ensuring that the budget change proposal successfully navigated the budget process. Ms. Stowers appeared at Assembly and Senate legislative hearings during February and March and presented our BCP and the supporting justification. Thank you, Ms. Stowers. Stage 3, solution analysis, includes the development of the project's business, technical, and security requirements. State Assessed Property Division employees spent hours working together to create and define the requirements needed for the new solution and our 9 pillars of the project. The solution requirements underwent an internal scrutiny and approval process with both CDTFA, Technical Services Division, and BOE before final approval. Under the oversight of CDT's Office of Statewide Technology Procurement, the project team developed a statement of work, several key exhibits, and the request for proposal to release to the public. Our Stage 3 solution analysis was submitted to California Department of Technology's Project Approval Oversight and was approved on June 1st of this year. Stage 4, project readiness and approval, started with the posting of our IT modernization STARS request for proposal on the state's procurement portal, Cal eProcure, on June 5th, 2026. As we speak, prospective vendors are reviewing our request for proposal and preparing to submit their bids by August 10th, 2026. We are also waiting for the 2026-27 California state budget to be signed, confirming the funding requested in the budget change proposal. So what's ahead? The project team will prepare for project implementation in Stage 4 project readiness. The team will finalize the contract management process to ensure that the contractor adheres to the terms and conditions of the contract and all their services meet our expectations. We will assess our organizational readiness for implementation by educating agency staff on how they can assist with the development of the new solution. Agency staff will provide subject matter expertise as well as their skills in reviewing materials and deliverables provided by the contractor. The staff will support the STARS implementation while continuing to complete their regular program responsibilities. We thank them in advance for their commitment to helping us achieve our strategic goals. This stage also allows the project to reflect on the project's initial business objectives and set the final baselines for schedule, cost, and the key milestones for the project. These baselines will be used to measure our progress over the life of the project implementation. The project team will also identify any potential risks, evaluate their impact, and develop mitigation strategies if needed. Stage 4 project readiness also includes the evaluation of the bids received, contract negotiations, and the final decision and notification of the award on or near November 20th, 2026. I might add that the contract will be coming to the board on the November agenda for approval. The planned start date for the vendor is November 30th, 2026. This is a huge undertaking. It's also an essential and critical need for the BOE to continue performing its constitutional and statutory duties. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone who's been working on the project, including our Executive Director, Ms. Stowers, Ms. Renati, Mr. Young, Mr. McCool, Laurel Williams, and some of our members from the CDTFA TSD team, including our project manager, Harry Pond, Sharon Tomasello, Joe Tam, and Jeff Lawson. We look forward to providing additional updates to the board as they come. And this concludes our update, and we're available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
I'm very impressed with your presentation and with the first-class documentation. Maybe I didn't catch it, but where does the BOEM come from? That's the Board of Equalization Management?
Board of Equalization Modernization.
Modernization. Yeah. And it seems that this is a fiat accompli. We're getting this for information more than decision-making. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right. And the cost of $15 million, that's really a lot of money. It's about 40% of our budget, but I don't think that's relevant because this is a whole different concept.
It is a lot of money, but a majority of the cost, $11 million roughly, is just the cost of our own staff that we currently already pay for. So there's, the cost is neutral as far as we're concerned, because we are not going to be needing to hire anyone to do this project. We'll be using our own staff. There may be some overtime costs and things that might figure in along the way, because we all have to do our regular jobs in addition to supporting the project.
I appreciate the multicolors and the arrows here and there and the bear in the Capitol. It makes it a lot more interesting and consumer friendly. And I want to thank you for that. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Great, thank you. So of the 15.6 million, 11 million is staff. So how does that, is that a true cost then?
It's the cost that we are required to calculate. So the Department of Technology has a plan and a scheme of the way that you price out a project. So one of the items is the human resources that you're using in the analysis. So in our instance, in this particular project, we're using the same resources and we're not needing more resources. So yes, they're included. So, Ms. Stowers, her time is included, Mr. Young's time, and then also SAPD staff. So that does add up because that's the primary cost in budgeting are the human resources.
Okay. But they'll still be performing their normal duties
They'll still
in
be
addition
performing.
to.
Correct.
But it could include overtime or extra hours.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay. And so it was explained to me that the fact that we're using our own staff is a big benefit in terms of understanding the nature of what we need and making sure it's applicable.
Yes.
And avoiding some of the pitfalls of other state agencies.
Agreed. So the vendor, when they come in, they will spend a lot of time with the actual state assessed properties employees on the ground and learning and talking with them. So the team has already put together like information about their workflows and the work that they do, but that will be all reviewed with the vendor so that they can really understand it. So it won't be an outsider trying to explain what we do.
That's great. Wonderful. And then ultimately, when it is installed, will it free up time for our teams?
That is one of our goals, is to free up time so that the State Assessed Properties Division can conduct more special studies, more audits, and kind of dive deeper into the workload that they have.
That's great. Wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor.
Anyone else? Mr. Vasquez.
Yeah, you kind of hit on the question that I had, and I think you touched on it, that at the end of the day, it looks like this will free you up to do more of these appraisals and audits, which I think is something that I've always wondered if it's the responsibility of the BOE or the controller.
Well, there's many audit opportunities in the state of California.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for this report on this entire project. It is really impressive, and it's because of the hard work of staff that the BCP has continued to be in the budget and to be moving along. And we really appreciate all the staff that have put so much thought into the process and ensuring that our State Assessed Properties Division, which does produce the revenue for vital services in California, is moving forward in an expeditious manner. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. And we will go on now to item 13, our operational priorities report, presented by Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members. I'm Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director And today I'll provide a brief update on workforce capacity, employee development, and several initiatives underway to strengthen our organization. But before I do that, I want to comment on the last presentation by Ms. Taylor. She does not toot her own horn, but she took on this project as not part of her duty statement or her duties, but based on her background and her experience, she volunteered to be in charge of it, and she's done a great job. And so I'm going to take that liberty, since it's my last day, to give her that thanks. The first item is our workforce capacity. Since our last meeting, we have successfully hired one new employee in our legal entity ownership program. The new employee joins us from the Nevada County Assessor's Office, and we are pleased to bring their valuable local property tax experience to further strengthen our technical expertise. All of our remaining vacancies are in active recruitment. Our vacancy levels still remain below 10%. I think we're close to 7%, so we're doing really great. We're just trying to fill everything we can as soon as we can. The next item is our employee engagement survey. As you're aware, we conducted an all-agency confidential employment engagement survey, rather. We asked all staff to share their thoughts and ideas on how we can make meaningful improvements to our agency. Our participation rate was about 70%, which is pretty darn good. And we received a lot of thoughtful, candid, and constructive feedback. Some of it was positive, some of it was not, but all of it was valuable. The executive team approached all the results. We sat in a room with open minds and no egos. We looked at everything and how we can genuinely improve the BOE so that people continue to do the meaningful work that they do, grow professionally, and feel valued. So overall, the results show that we should be very proud of ourselves, and we are. The majority of employees reported being satisfied or very satisfied with their jobs. Employees consistently highlighted strong team relationships, meaningful work, flexibility, and work-life balance as reasons they choose to stay at BOE. And those aren't small accomplishments. At the same time, the survey identified clear opportunities for improvement. What's encouraging is that the themes were remarkably consistent. Employees were thoughtful and constructive in identifying both strengths and areas for growth. After reviewing all of the data and comments, and multiple themes consistently emerged and formed the foundation for our action plan and initiatives. And I'll include a few of our initiatives for your information. The first is communication and information sharing. To improve transparency and awareness of agency activities, we launched a dedicated intranet page called Forward with Purpose that serves as a centralized location for agency-wide initiatives, project updates, organizational priorities, and status reports. This is a one-stop place where everyone can look with greater visibility and know what's going on. We found that we would start new initiatives, but people didn't know about it, so now anyone can look at it. We're also trying to push forward initiatives to standardize management expectations regarding their own team meetings with their employees, communication practices, and promoting consistency across the organization. The next initiative is regarding career development and advancement, and we have several initiatives underway to strengthen career growth opportunities. Some of them you've heard about, the ongoing project to update our BOE specific classifications, development of a property tax specialist classification to add to our current classifications. We've created additional needed manager positions. We're having a career ladder update and review, and we're creating an employee onboarding survey so we can gauge how our new employees are doing right when they get to us and not when they leave us. We're also expanding our leadership training. That was a big theme, is to expand our leadership training, and we're working on that as we speak. Longer-term initiatives are salary compaction, updated tax program training plans, digital skills training, and expanded cross-training and rotational assignment. The next initiative is employee recognition. To strengthen employee engagement and reinforce positive contribution, we're enhancing our supervisor feedback and recognition efforts just at the lowest level. Just having your supervisor say, good job, you turn in a big assignment, get a little acknowledgement for that is always helpful than just putting it in the inbox. We're also reinstating our Superior Accomplishment Award Program and the Team Superior Accomplishment Award Program. And that's a formal recognition that will come before the board, so you can recognize those employees that are doing the superior work. And the last theme I'm going to talk about, initiative, is workload balance and operational efficiency. We're going to focus on ensuring that workloads are appropriately distributed and resources are aligned with organizational priorities. Most of that's going to be involved in continuing process improvements to reduce redundancies, streamlining procedures, evaluating our technology and equipment needs. Our IT project is one of those. And we'll continue to look at other IT needs that we have so we can make sure that we're operationally efficient. All of these initiatives represent our commitment to listening to employee feedback and taking meaningful action. While some are underway, others will take a little time to implement, but while this is my last update, I have every confidence that the executive team will continue to provide the board with updates in the months ahead, so you can see that we're dedicated to building a workplace where employees feel valued, informed, supported, and recognized. So this completes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Fantastic. Mr. Vasquez.
Well, this is my last chance to take a shot at you then, huh?
I'd say bring it, but that seems unprofessional.
But I wanted to thank you, for all your reports, especially the updates. And I don't know if you touched on it, but we're pretty close to like 90%, right, at this point, in terms of vacancies?
Oh, our
Filling them?
vacancies rate is about 7%. So yes, we're 93% full.
That's
And
what I
most of
thought.
that is just, pesky people retiring, so.
And especially in some of the areas that you've been working on, I was thinking of those surveys, the results that are coming back, I'm assuming that's a lot of good information we're going to be able to use, especially for the person, I guess, that'll be taking, filling your shoes.
And it was very encouraging. And the survey results varied based on whether you were early in your career, middle of your career, ending career, and what was important to them. So now we know where to focus for our new hires. Really want the training. The mid-career want career growth. Where can I go? And then the senior staff were really more concerned with continuity. How can I impart this knowledge so the next generation will be here to know what I'm doing, what I know, and how to do it. So really valuable information that the team has to work with.
Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Ms. Marotti. I noticed you mentioned employee recognition. That was at a lower level. You've been involved today with employee recognition at a very high level, and I expressed some concern earlier that the resolutions were, to me, prepared by different people. Your resolution did not mention that it was adopted and published by the board on such and such a date, as it was, but only Ms. Smith said that. You had 9 whereases, she had 5. I would think yours would have been more effective if it had 5. I would like to know whenever we're doing employee recognitions at the low level or the high level, that there be some consistency in it, that if it is published or adopted by the board, it say so, as yours did not, and that we look for less rather than more, because if there's less, we can accentuate the most important items, and it's better readable, and if it's going to be republished and requoted, you got much more to chance if it's, say, 100 words instead of 200 words. Both ways get the message out, but I'm trying to be most effective and most consistent, and I applaud whoever did both of them, but I'm sorry yours doesn't mention that it was adopted officially. See, is what I'm talking about. You won't be here to police that, but you'll have some influence on how it's done. Thank you.
So noted, yeah.
And I had one other deal. You noticed that a number of our employees left to go to FTC, the tax administration, when it was formed. When our employees leave us, do we have an exit interview where somebody asks them, could you share with us some of your concerns as to why you're leaving? I think we learned from that. When I was with the city of San Diego, I instituted the exit interviews for police officers because we were losing a lot of them, and I wondered why. And it happened that nobody cared to ask until we started the exit interviews. And I think exit interviews are good personnel policy, and you're our key person on that. Thank you.
To answer your question, we do have exit surveys. Our EEO officer, Ozma Ahmad Asher, is the one who provides the exit surveys to everyone. They're confidential and they're voluntary. If there is information in those that is of concern, she brings it to the executive director's attention so that it can be addressed. So we will now have an onboarding survey. We already have had an exit survey for the entire time we've been around, and we do periodic engagement surveys.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Can you recall the normal vacancy rate for a state agency? Because I'm comparing it to ours at 7%.
Typically, anything under 10% is considered good. I've seen it as high as, well, we've seen it very high, but we've seen some agencies have 20%. It just depends on the size of the agency. But our goal is always to have zero, but
You'll never
it's
have
almost
zero,
impossible.
though, probably, right?
I've seen zero in my lifetime, like for 1 week.
Okay.
And it was wonderful. But it doesn't happen because, people get promoted and you have
Sure.
positions to fill.
That's right.
So,
Good. Well, very, very good job. Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you so much for everything, Ms. Renati. And we'll go ahead and invite up Ms. Hendrickson to present on item 14, the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate's Office report.
Thank you. Put this down a little. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. For the record, I am Amy Hendrickson, Acting Chief of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office. I would like to provide you with an update on recent activities of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office. Our office completed 39 cases for the month of May. 15 were in District 1, Vice Chair Gaines District. Of the 15 cases, 3 concerned Prop 19 exclusions. 11 were in District 2, Chair Lieber's district. Of the 11 cases, 5 concerned Prop 19 exclusions. 9 were in District 3, Board Member Vasquez district. Of the 9 cases, 2 concerned Prop 19 exclusions. 4 were in District 4, Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the 4 cases, 2 concerned Prop 19 exclusions. Of the 39 cases, 12 were in the administrative category and 27 were in the valuation category. This month, there were 13 exclusion cases. 4 pertained to the parent-child exclusion, 1 pertained to the grandparent-grandchild exclusion, 7 pertained to the base year value transfers, all were over 55, and 1 pertained to the co-tenancy exclusion. I would also like to update you on the tasks that have been completed or in the process of being completed in preparation for the upcoming Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing to be held on August 26th. Letters to Assessor number 2026-021 was issued on May 29th, informing county assessors and interested parties about the hearing. We mailed posters and flyers out at the beginning of June to all 58 county assessors, tax collectors, auditor controllers, and the clerk of the Board of Supervisors for Assessment Appeals Boards. We ask that their offices display them in public areas for taxpayers to see. At today's meeting, each board member office received copies of the posters and flyers. I would like to thank the Forms and Publications section, as well as our communications officer, John Taylor, for their excellent work creating and printing the poster flyers. We are currently working on a new promotional video, or PSA, to publicize the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing. I wanted to let you know that this year's video is going to be different from past years. After consulting with the communications officer and the executive director, we came up with a fresh approach that targets the social media eye. We will be sure to share this video with the board members so that you can repost. Also, in the coming months, I will be working with Mr. Taylor to publicize the Bill of Rights hearing and will provide you with additional updates in the July meeting. Lastly, the TRA office recently issued LTA 2026-022 that announced updates to our disaster guide Publication 802. Due to the passage of AB 245 and SB 663, we added language to inform taxpayers of the extended timeframe to apply for relief under Section 170 from 12 to 24 months, and also to inform homeowners about the extension to rebuild from 5 to 8 years for those specific Southern California fires in 2024 and 2025. We also added information about the continuance of various exemptions and a section about the homeowner's exemption, which previously was not discussed in the publication. This concludes my update. I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Schaefer.
I hate to be critical here, but it says you are invited to present your ideas and concerns on property taxes. That's okay, people pay property taxes. And alcoholic beverage tax. I don't think people pay alcoholic beverage tax. I think they're always paid by the pubs. They don't even know that it's being paid. And if they are paying it, it might be a nickel on a drink. And, you know, after having a drink, you don't think about a nickel. Where do you get the idea of thinking taxpayers need to know about alcoholic beverage tax and have opinions on it?
We do not get a lot of questions about it, but it is something that we do address and will continue to, yes.
Well, we do have jurisdiction over insurance companies too, and I guess we charge a tax there, yet you don't mention insurance companies along with alcoholic beverage tax. I think if you're going to mention alcohol, you should mention insurance too.
Excellent job. Acting. It's the first presentation. Yvette Starr, Executive Director. Sir, we do have jurisdiction over the alcohol beverage excise tax, and that's why it's on the.
Is that ever paid by the public or indirectly?
It's paid by those individuals who are distributing alcohol beverages. So they may be corporations, but they have a right to participate in a taxpayer bill of rights hearing.
So we're not talking to the alcoholics, we're talking about management.
We're not talking about retail alcohol tax, we're talking about the excise tax that we have jurisdiction over.
And going back decades before the internet, there used to be bulletin boards at courthouses that would list sales of property, and that's all given way to online and newspapers. I've been thinking of where I might go look at property being sold at tax sales or something, and there's no place to go. The courthouses no longer have billboards. So we have to look in newspapers and online. I'd like to think that this would be published, maybe this size, which would be like 1/8 of a page in every publication in California. Could you speak to that? I mean, what do you expect me to do? Run around town and put this on the board? There are not bulletin boards available. I couldn't find 20 to 40 bulletin boards in San Diego County if I tried.
Well, we will do a news release and it will reference the upcoming taxpayer bill of rights hearing. I think she referenced that in her talking points. That's where we want to provide the board with the marketing material for those board members who are out in their community, in their districts, and they would like to share it with their constituents, is why we provided it to you.
So this is not the only publication.
People
in San Diego County are going to learn about this if I don't do anything with this.
Well, you don't have to, sir. We also send it to the San Diego County assessor, tax collectors, and treasurer. They will more than happy posted in their offices.
Yeah. I would like to, how many of these do we put out outside of our family here? Do you have thousands or hundreds?
A couple of hundred. It's not that many. I think she gave you a head count.
How many? Well, there's 58 counties.
There's 58 counties, and we sent it to all 58 counties and the elected officials within those counties, the assessors, the collectors, and the treasurer.
And there are 120 legislators over here.
We did not send it to them. We sent it to select committee consultants, the Revenue Tax Committee consultants, and the chairs. That's who we will send that publication to. And to my advisory committee, which consists of other elected officials and chambers.
Do we know how many people?
And they would get an email of it.
Do we know how many people called in last year when we had this?
I would have to check the stats, so I don't have it readily available.
I thought that there were hundreds watching our performance, but I've heard today there's 7 or maybe 8. So, we have to stir up some more interest.
Well, that's why we gave you the posters.
And what do you want me to do with these?
Pass them out.
Walk around with
And
Advertise for us.
Just,
Be your
just
ambassador,
to, just
please.
to, and, excuse me.
One of these for everybody in the room, okay?
Excuse me, Mr. Schaefer. In the interest of time, because I know that we can't all stay here after time, some folks have other meetings to get to, but, this is just a very small sample of them, but it's something that you can carry with you. And I do a lot of walks of retail business sections. Now, not everybody wants to hear when you walk into their shop that you might be from a tax agency. That isn't the world's most popular thing. But it is nice to give them this little poster, a mini poster that looks very nice, full color, and just offer it to them if you would wish to call in. And what I'm going to do, I'm assuming that there's a similar graphic on our social media for the BOE. And what you can do is to go onto the BOE site, say on Facebook, Instagram, et cetera, and share it to your own social media accounts from there. And, it's also a good little assignment for staff to let's see who can get the largest number of these up on specific areas where we think people will be highly interested.
In public areas, yes.
In public, but we need to capture the more wonkish taxation interested people.
Well, they're very attractive, and I'm going to be on an airplane this afternoon with about 150 people. If you see somebody thrown off a plane, you'll know I was.
Okay, and do not do a drop from an airplane of these. I forbid you to do that. Mr. Emron.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and really want to stress the importance of how these TRA hearings are carried out, because our intangibles work group is kicking off tomorrow at the direct result of TRA testimony. So I think that's important. I had one quick question. This usually comes with a PSA announcement on YouTube. Is that out yet?
It's not, it's still in the works, but when it is finished, we will send it to you so that you can repost or actually definitely repost. And I don't have a time frame on that, but it should be within the next couple of weeks.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
That's great. Mr. Vasquez.
I wanted to thank you for this information and actually looking forward to the upcoming hearing on this, because I know last couple of years it was real interesting, and I think it was some good information we received from a lot of the folks that attend this. And yeah, I encourage all our districts here to get the word out, because at the end of the day, people don't physically have to be here. They can call in.
Yes,
and it's good to get their input
absolutely.
on what we can do to improve the situation. And just kudos to you and your staff. As I was looking at the publication, I guess it was 802, what you've done with that, especially on the information on the website. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, well, thank you so much, Ms. Hendrickson. We appreciate you. And we'll go on now to item 15, which is the Property Tax Deputy Director's Report presented by Mr. Young and also by Ms. Steeman, who's approaching as well, and others. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber, honorable members of the board. Once again, I'm David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. For you today, I will have 3 reports. The first one will be a report on our letters to assessors since we last met. That will be by Ms. Carolyn Steemans. She will follow that up with a report on our appraisal training and certification program. And lastly, I will have Ms. Pam DiNapoli follow that with a report on what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division. So if you're ready, I'll have the first one.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. I'm Carolyn Steeman, Principal Appraiser with the County Assessed Properties Division. Today I will provide a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs issued since the report at the board meeting last month, and a link to BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. As of the date of the attached memo, the agency has issued a total of 23 LTAs for calendar year 2026 and 6 since the report at the last board meeting. Those LTAs are summarized in order as follows. An LTA from the Assessment Practices Survey Division to issue the Nevada County Assessment Sampling Survey. An LTA from the County Assessed Properties Division to issue the Disabled Veterans Exemption Increases for 2027. An LTA from the County Assessed Properties Division on the California Public Records Act Home Address Confidentiality. An LTA from the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to announce the 2026 Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing. An LTA from the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office issuing the updated information guide for disaster relief for damaged or destroyed properties, which was publication 802. And lastly, an LTA from the County Assessed Properties Division announcing the county assessment appeals filing periods for 2026. And this concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, any questions on the LTAs? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
All right. Moving on to the training and certification program for the 2025-26 fiscal year, BOE staff scheduled 40 classes and 2 webinars. Additionally, 7 classes were scheduled with instructors and county assessors' offices for their staff. The training and certification unit completed instruction of all 40 classes and both webinars on May 15th. A total of 977 students completed classes instructed by BOE staff during the 2025-26 fiscal year. BOE staff have scheduled 35 classes and 2 webinars for the upcoming 2026-27 fiscal year, and enrollment began on June 3rd. Staff are currently working with instructors and county assessors' offices to finalize class schedules for their staff. We continue to offer our existing online basic training courses through American River College and the California State University, Sacramento, as well as additional online courses and self-training study sessions available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on the training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just curious about the enrollment. So you mentioned that we had 977 students in 25-26 fiscal year. Is that, has that been increasing?
It was actually slightly less than last year by 0.7%.
Oh, okay. Is it pretty stable typically?
It's pretty
from year to
stable.
year?
It's been about the same over the last couple of years.
Yeah, okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schaefer.
I'm reading the County Assessor's Bill 343, which says that the home address or telephone number or parcel number associated with anything that certain protected people buy cannot be published. I don't know, am I included as a member of the board on that list? I don't see it.
I don't have the list in front of me, but the bill itself actually names specific parties that are protected. A lot of it happens to be judges, and people working in law enforcement.
Let's say I was a judge of the criminal courts, and theoretically, a lot of people are going to go to jail because of me, and I buy a home. Just use my name, J. Michael Schaefer. Well, on the ballot, I'm Mike Schaefer. Would the assessor necessarily know that I'm one of these protected people? Or does the candidate have to go to the assessor and say, hey, under section so-and-so, you can't tell anybody, you can't post this, you can't even, you gotta have a blank, you gotta white pencil it out. What communication is there between myself as a judge and the assessor? Is the burden on the assessor to hunt up this information, to read the election returns and say, aha, Schaefer was just elected as a judge, he's got 17 parcels, boom, we gotta remove his name?
A lot of the
It seems
assessor's
very impractical to
offices,
enforce.
a lot of the offices, assessor's offices already protect a lot of that information because it is difficult to identify who are on these lists without somebody actually specifically coming to your office and saying, hey, I'm in this protected class. So a lot of them already don't make that information public. So if you do a search in their office, you would not pull up a parcel with the owner's name on that. Same thing with a lot of the tax bills. You won't see on the public websites anybody's personal information.
What if I just bought a little 7-Eleven store as an investment? And my home address would be the address. I'm not going to use the courthouse, of course. That address on the deed for the 7-Eleven store cannot appear in a public record if I say I'm protected by this?
If your name is attached to it, if you're under an entity, it probably wouldn't be flagged as somebody that would fall under the protected class, but you can always go to the assessor's office and say, hey, I am so-and-so, and I fall under this protected class. Please make sure that I am not my information is not publicly released.
When I was in Nevada, I had somebody threatening my life, and I'm a registered voter, and I always vote. I didn't want them to be able to call the registered voter and say, where does Mike Schaefer live? So I got a court to decide that anybody can request their name and their personal address be protected and undisclosed. And
Right, most offices will not look up by your name. They will look up by parcel number.
And I see Ms. Himovitz coming up, and she's probably indicating that we should ask these questions under item 16.
Yes.
Where we'll have more discussion of legislation.
I agree with Chair on that, yes.
Okay.
I was just coming up to clarify that constitutional officers are included in this list. That was all.
Okay. We're getting closer and closer to the target here of the information. Thank you so much. Anything further on that one?
Well, I want to mention that a couple months after the court decided that any voter could request privacy, I called up the registrar of voters and I said, how's that new law going? It's been a couple months. How many people have asked to have their name and address confidential and not disclosed on request? She said, 2, you and me.
Okay, there you have it. Okay, well, thank you so much, Ms. Deeman, for that report, and we'll invite up Ms. DiNapoli to give us the state assessed property report.
Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable board members. My name is Pamela DiNapoli. I'm a manager in the State Assessed Properties Division. So today I'm going to provide a brief update on the status of our ongoing work in the division. Staff is continuing to work to complete the private railroad car assessments for the current year. The private railroad car property statements were due April 30th, and staff have been working diligently to complete these appraisals. The final PRC values will appear before the board at the July meeting. Unitary staff have completed the annual allocations of unitary values that were adopted by the board in May. Our board roll staff mailed the allocations of assessed values to all the state assessees on June 14th, which is within the June 15th required date per the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 746. Assessees now have a period of time to review the allocation reports and notify us if any errors or concerns before the July meeting when we will adopt this year's board roll of state assessed property. Our board roll staff is currently working on preparing the preliminary board roll for the 58 county auditors. These are scheduled to be mailed approximately July 1st. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 755 requires the mailing by July 15th. Our unitary staff is currently working on audits. Audit candidates were identified during the recent valuation season, Initial audit letters were sent at the beginning of this month, and our auditors are now in the midst of working with assessee representatives to acquire necessary financial information and documents to conduct their audits. Our auditors will spend the next few months traveling and conducting their assigned audits before submitting them for review. After several levels of review, the audits resulting in a recommended change in value will come before the board for consideration. Our real property appraisers completed their 2026 land valuations and are now focusing on their 2027 appraisal counties. There were about 10,000 land parcels assessments completed for 2026 between our Southern California and Northern California real property appraisers. Our tax area services section has completed their 26-27 filings. This encompassed about 447,905 acres. Well, that wasn't approximate, that was exact. And they processed 352 filings. They are busy logging and processing the filings now for 27 and 28, so we jump right from one season to the next. There's no downtimes. This concludes my report on the status of our division's ongoing work for this month, and I am available to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions for Ms. DiNapoli? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Young, did you wish to close on the item, or you're great where you are? Okay, thank you so much to all of the department staff. And we'll go on to item 16, the Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, presented by Mr. Angelo.
Hopefully this doesn't create any feedback. Good afternoon, Chair Lieber and honorable members. Ted Angelo, Legislative Director and Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Today, I'll provide a brief update on legislative activity for June. The Policy Committee deadline is July 2nd. So a lot of the bills that we've been talking about today are up in Senate Rev and Tax today and will be up in Assembly Rev and Tax up until the deadline of July 2nd that I just mentioned. At that time, summer recess will begin for the legislature and they will return on August 3rd. So fiscal committees will finish their work on August 15th. So there's a 2-week rush when they come back. And then the end of session will be floor session after that until the end of the month. So the legislative year is almost finished, even though we're just about up to the 4th of July. But they're very busy. I'll provide a brief update. I've covered most of these, so and I know everyone's tired, so I won't go into great detail, but all of the bills I've recently sent to you on my Friday updates. I have updated you with some analyses that for bills that were amended or that were being updated with our fiscal and revenue projections. A lot of the bills as directed by Executive Director Stowers to me to convey your support. We've talked about today adding AB 2089 and SB 420, so those will be going to the legislature conveying your support, as well as the others for AB 1668, AB 2022, AB 2172, SB 888, and SB 974 are those that you already supported at previous board meetings. SB 1437, the board supported and sponsored proposal to extend the sunset date governing pipeline rights-of-way. Has passed both houses and is on its way to the governor. So I'll keep you posted on that. Again, that's one extending sunset dates that has happened multiple times. I don't foresee any problems with that bill. So it's headed to the governor. AB 1668, Pellerin is the sunset date extension for open space land that you supported. It's headed to Senate Appropriations and will likely be on suspense as most bills with any significant revenue projections will be. And again, they'll be taking up those suspense files when they return from summer recess. AB 2022 Gonzalez is the one that enhances the disabled veterans exemption that you supported. That'll be up in Senate Appropriations and will likely go to suspense as well. AB 2089 Ward is one of those that you took a support position on today for the electronic capability for assessors for the welfare exemption determinations, and making sure that we're working with them and holding them harmless from any liability, getting information from us after a deadline. That bill is up today in Senate Rev and Tax. AB 2172 Gibson is the Assessment Appeals Board proposal that you supported, and it is up in Senate Rev and Tax today. So that's Chair Gibson's bill, where you can consolidate into a single commissioner instead of the 3 board members. But you can opt out of that if you don't prefer that as a taxpayer. And it requires us to work with them on standards and rules that if they differ in any way from the current process. SB 974 Ciardo is the Special Needs Trust bill that we've covered before. Technical change for that one, which was handled that way in most cases. That's in Assembly Appropriations. And I'm not sure if that'll go to suspense or not because it doesn't have a significant cost. SB 1053 NELO, I didn't cover last time. That's the disaster base year value transfer where you can go from 5 to 8 years that we did for the fires in January of last year. But allows the County Board of Soups to just go from 5 to 8 years instead of a special statute. That bill's on suspense in Assembly Rev and Tax Committee, so not quite to the Appropriations Committees yet. But that bill is moving forward. In terms of 2-year bills that are still moving and that you support, SB 288 by Senator Ciardo is the probate bill to allow people for the Prop 19 issues for the ambiguity in current law where you have to move in within 1 year and they can't because they're in a probate situation. So that is on suspense in Assembly Rev and Tax and will be up next week. If they have that here, yes. The Policy Committee suspense file is up next week before it goes to Appropriations Committee. As always, my office will continue to keep you updated with the weekly reports that I referenced earlier. This concludes my report, and I'm free to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, questions, Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Angelo, especially for following and analyzing some of these bills, because I know a lot of them have so many moving parts. And actually meeting with some of the members earlier this morning, they were talking about, I kind of hit what you were talking about, anything that has a budget implication is going to have a tough time getting out. Matter of fact, they're making some cases right now to try to cover the whole healthcare issue, because that's really a tough one for a lot of these workers. But looks like the governor is not bending, at least not right now. We'll see what happens here in the next couple of weeks. But I was just wondering, from your take in terms of what you've been doing, especially on those ones that have any kind of a budget impact, and some of the ones that we supported, where do you see those finally ending up, or do you think they have a life?
I really can't opine on that right now in terms of whether I think they're going to survive or not, because it really is unknown. And the committee process for suspense files on the Senate side and the Assembly side has always been caused great consternation for many because it can be a very great, well agreed upon public policy proposal, but the fiscal impact is such a difficult one for our budget year. Other times we've been flush with money and they just haven't done anything on it in those years. So it really is a great unknown. But I think they've weeded out quite a few bills. So my feeling is the ones moving along now, I don't know if we'll see as many held on suspense as they've crossed over. as we might have in years past. There's not as many proposals moving. And again, they're focusing on the budget, on the larger budget picture as well. So, you know, some of the veterans' proposals were held earlier. The one that's surviving is enhancing it for the disabled vets. You know, there's a chance something could happen for that this year. I know we did it with some of their income in another proposal last year, shielding some of their income from how you qualify them. So I'll leave off there. 'Cause I'll get myself in trouble if I start prognosticating.
And I know there's a bill, I guess, coming forward that's going to try to, moving forward, I guess, look at holding back on those good years to reserve, have a bigger reserve. Because I think what's happening is that because of that, you know, they get caught in a situation like this where a lot of people are going to get hurt because of the budget, because they don't have that reserve when we had all this money. But along those lines, I think you touched on it. Do you see anything coming forward? I'm just worried about some of these folks, especially in Altadena, in my district, Altadena and the Palisades, that, you know, they gave them the extension of a year. We were coming up on the second year, and I just don't see them moving that quick, and they're going to get hit with this property tax bill here on a piece of property that basically is vacant, a vacant lot.
I've read stories about it. I haven't heard anything from the governor's, you know, point of view on that. I know that everyone feels horribly for everyone impacted in that particular disaster, as well as any others that occurred.
Yeah.
I don't know what else could be done via executive order or whatnot for those that are behind the rebuild timelines, given the difficulties. I can't say, but I do know it's on people's radar.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Mr. Emron and then Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your work here, Mr. Angelo. Trying to still grasp my hands around the electronic signatures. I know we had a Gibson bill last year, AB 1879, which allows assessors to take electronic signature, and then the Ward bill that we supported authorizes, right? But we're still in a gray area where it comes to a full-on requirement, right? And I think that's something that we have to speak to the assessors about, whether it be a budget concern or just technology constraints. But maybe that's a conversation we can have in the future as well, because it seems like there's a huge gap between the practitioners and the assessors on the implementation of this, even if you use a third-party DocuSign, for example, or Adobe, right? So that's something to watch out for in the future as well. And then just yesterday, Governor Newsom, the Senate and the Assembly announced a three-party agreement on Senate Bill 417. It's the Veterans and Affordable Housing Bond Act of 2026. It's a historic $11 billion measure that, if passed by the legislature and signed by the governor, would go before the voters on the November ballot. This bill authorizes $10 billion in general obligation bonds to fund the construction, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable housing for lower-income Californians, seniors, or farm workers, veterans, and people experiencing homelessness, alongside $1.25 billion in revenue bonds for the CalVet Home Loan Program to help veterans and military families become homeowners. So for every $1 the state invests, an estimated $4 in tax credits from the feds, local funding, and private financing would follow. So given this board's mission and deep connection between housing affordability, financial well-being of Californians, and our help with the veterans exemption, I would ask that we take some time to review SB 417 and consider what position or perspective this board may wish to offer as we move forward. Just wanted to put that onto the record, and happy to work with our chair on how to tee that one up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
I have no further question.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that's sufficient for us today, and
Thank you.
we'll be thinking of you during that break in the building over there.
Pardon me, I had another.
Oh, here, Mr. Schaefer's ready.
I'm concerned that one of the leading candidates for lieutenant governor is, and a former member of this board, is advocating the abolition of the Board of Equalization. You probably know who I'm talking about, and I wondered, is there any feeling that you have from the Senate and the legislature that in agreement with her, or is she just, I do not feel comfortable for the Lieutenant Governor of California to be crusading for the abolition of the Board of Equalization, because I feel that it serves a strong purpose in being not appointed by the governor, but elected by the people. And I took great umbrage at her press release on that, and I just wonder if you had any chatter on this with the people you work with.
No, I have not heard anything from anybody other than reading periodic articles where it's been brought up. But in terms of the budget of the Board of Equalization, it's very small. It's a very lean and very important entity. But I will not opine on fiscal prudence concepts by others saying it can be done without, other than to say I have not heard any kind of rumblings from the legislature that they feel like that needs to be considered again. I've just read about it in a couple of articles.
Sure, I would think that every legislator would find great merit in what we have, because it provides an opportunity for them to extend their public service, and they've been a taxpayer's representative as a legislative member, and this gives them an opportunity after term limits to be a service for a term or two. And I'm just as surprised to see malcontents spring up once in a while, but they haven't gone anywhere, and I don't think they're going anywhere. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
So I'll keep you
Mr.
posted on
Angelo?
everything else that's going on, but that's my report for today.
Please do, please do. This list is getting stronger and stronger within the active bills, and I'm really proud that this board has taken a position now on many of these bills, and we still have time to do that. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to public comment for the executive director's reports, and we have no written comments nor any public comment cards within the auditorium. And so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. Moderator, if you would please let us know if there's anyone hoping to make a comment on items 10 through 16.
Please press 1 followed by 0 to make a comment. 1 followed by 0. And we have no one in queue.
Okay, thank you. And our last item for today is the closing remarks, and then we'll be going to our adjournment. Is there anyone who would like to make very brief closing remarks? Mr. Vasquez.
I'll try to make them brief here. I just wanted to adjourn in memory of two icons that we lost. First, I want to remember James Burrows, who was known as the director of such classic television comedies as Taxi, Friends, Will and Grace. He passed away on June 19, 2026, at the age of 85. Surrounded by his family, the location and cause of death were not provided. James Edward Burrows was born on December 30th, 1940, Los Angeles, California. His father was Abe Burrows, also a well-known composer, director, and writer. When Burrows was still a young child, his family moved to New York, where Burrows attended New York High School Music of Art. Burrows was a graduate of Orleans College and graduate from the Yale School of Drama. He started his television career in 1974, directing episodes of The Mary Tyler Moore Show. He went on to direct 50 television pilots and co-created the television series Cheers. He also formed 3 sister entertainment joint ventures with NBC. He received numerous accolades, including 11 Primetime Emmy Awards, 5 Directors Guild of America Awards, and was honored with the Directors Guild of America Lifetime Achievement Award in 2015. He's survived by his wife, Debbie Easton, 4 daughters, and 7 grandchildren. And then last but not least, Clive Davis, the American record executive, record producer and lawyer who launched and resurrected the careers of such superstars as Janis Joplin, Whitney Houston, Carlos Santana, Alicia Keys, and became one of the music industry's most powerful figures. He died in his Manhattan apartment on June 22nd, 2026, after being hospitalized for an upper respiratory issue. He was 94 years old. He was born on April 4th, 1932 in Brooklyn, New York, where he grew up in Crown Heights neighborhood. His father was an electrician and traveling salesman. He attended New York University, then Harvard Law School, eventually landing a job as an in-house lawyer at Columbia Records. His legacy in music business spanned 7 decades across varying genres of music. After being named president of Columbia Records in 1967, at the age of 35, Davis scored hits as such success decades with diverse group of now icon artists, including Barry Manilow, Grateful Dead, the Notorious B.I.G., and Kelly Clarkson. Dave won a Grammy Awards as a producer and was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a non-performer in the year 2000. He'll be sorely missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Maureen Carter, who was a philanthropist in El Dorado County, and they had a very successful construction company called Carter Kelly Incorporated. And they were just known, if there's ever a need in the county, they were engaged. And Maureen's nonprofit involvement started in the early years with Seroptimist, El Dorado County Fair, Junior Livestock Auction. She started an annual coat giveaway program, Coats for Kids, with family and friends. She was a past board president of the El Dorado Community Foundation, past board president of the founding cabinet and a founding cabinet member of the El Dorado Women's Fund. And so just want to recognize her. She was pivotal within the community, and recently passed away on May 20th, 2026. She was 78 years old. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Emron, any closing? No closing?
I guess.
Mr. Emron.
Intangibles kick off tomorrow. Really looking forward to it. It's going to be a very historic day. Many people are traveling to Sacramento too, so looking really forward to it. We're going to kick off at 10 a.m. Yes, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you. And as Mr. Emron has mentioned, tomorrow, June 25th, 2026, is our board work group on further uniformity in methods of valuing intangible assets and rights, which will be right here at the Maley State Office Complex at 10 a.m. It's going to be a full day, and I think a very well taken day. And then our next scheduled board meeting is on Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, also right here at the Maley State Office Complex in Sacramento, and that will be beginning at 10 a.m. as well. And so we are actually 4 minutes ahead of time now. We made it, folks. So we will go ahead and stand adjourned at 3:02 p.m.